Welcome everybody to the June 5th Town of Los Gatos Council meeting. We have a very full agenda tonight, so we'll get started right on time. Could I start us off with a roll call, please?
Thank you and good evening. Councilmember Barbara Spector.
Here.
Councilmember Mariko Sayak.
Here.
Councilmember Marcia Jensen.
Here.
Vice Mayor Steve Leonardis.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Rob Rennie.
Here. At this time, I'm going to invite Omri Manor to come up and join me to help me with the pledge. Let's see, we'll get the chair out of the way a little bit here, so come on over here. So I'm going to tell everybody a little bit about you. This Omri Manor is a second grader at Van Meter School, and he likes running, touch football, chess, math, reading, drawing, hanging out with friends, and jumping up and down with excitement. Well, I like to jump up and down with excitement too. That sounds like a good group of things to like to do. So that's really good. All right, so let's ask everybody to join us and stand, please. And I'm going to give you the mic. And the flag's this way, so ask everybody to start and go ahead and start.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, good job. So shake Marcia's hand. So one more hand for Omri. Thank you. So now if I could ask Police Chief DeSena to join me and to give out the Youth Commission commendations. Would you like me to read the names and you give them out?
It's your call, Mayor.
Okay. Since I'm so good with names. Actually, let's start with my glasses. So, okay. Then I don't have to wear my glasses.
Oh, very good. Okay. Well, this is a real honor. I just want to say that I go to a lot of meetings, but one of my favorite meetings is the Youth Commission. You've got some amazing young people here in the town of Los Gatos and Montesrino. So sad to see you folks go. I didn't really get a chance to know you really well, but really appreciate your service to the town of Los Gatos. So first I'd like to call up, where are the names here? There. Okay, Shamil Jain. Yes. Shamil is the chair of the Youth Commission.
Okay, so wait up here. We'll get everybody up for a picture. And next up.
Oh, we'll get them all up here, okay. Yep. And next, let's please have Haley Knowlton. Oh, not quite here yet. Caitlin Huang. Sarah Imami. Here. And here. And Samuel Zukin.
And then we have a few that we think may not have made it, so we'll go ahead
Okay,
and just
we'll
read
name
their
them.
names.
Okay, and is Nancy Tran here? Nancy's not here. How about
Congratulations to Nancy.
Nancy? But congratulations, Nancy. Casey Kamali. I don't believe she's here, but great job. And Josh Greenberg. Also not here, but thank you. And Natasha Vosky, also not here.
So I guess we pose for a picture. Come this way a little more. She can be on the side. I'll come over this side. All right. So next, we're going to turn it over to our chair. Turn it over to our chair, Shamil, who's going to give out our Youth Friendly Business Award, and I guess you want to invite the rest of your commissioners up.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. At this time, I would like to invite the rest of the Youth Commission up here. So the Youth Friendly Business Program is a program that the Youth Commission has been running for a while now, and the program was started a while ago, a few years ago, and it is intended to recognize businesses in the local community that are open to youth, working and creating a positive youth environment, really just big proponents of youth in the community. And so every year we nominate one Youth Friendly Business of the Year award, and we have selected for this year the JCC as the 2018 Youth Friendly Business of the Year. So I'd like to call up Diana from the JCC, and we have a combination.
Okay, somehow we'll get a photo. Let's get a photo with you. Thank you. Good job. Come on in, Police Chief. All right, thank you again, JCC. Thank you. Youth Commission. So at this time, I'm going to invite the town manager to come up and present our employee recognition.
Thank you, Mayor, for joining me. It is my great honor and privilege to welcome Rachel Johnson to join me. She is being recognized for exceptional customer service. Rachel works currently in our library department, previously with the town manager's office. And as we've mentioned previously, the town has an employee recognition program where every quarter or so, employees from all town departments identify teams and individuals who do exceptional work for our town. And this time, you were unanimously recommended to receive their town's recognition for your exceptional work. You exemplify our town values of teamwork, collaboration, and of course, customer service. You give that special smile and touch to all of our library customers. So with that, Mayor, would you like to present the plaque to Rachel? And then we also have an orchid for you to decorate wherever it's appropriate, either at the front desk or your own workspace. So thank you so much for your service to the town. Thank you.
Okay, so now next up is council and town manager reports. Let's start with Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last night I attended the study session on the state housing legislation, sometimes called by right. And other than that, in the past 3 weeks, I've had meetings with community members relating to development in town, the town finances, generally pensions, and company mergers, water company mergers.
Councilmember Sack.
I was also in attendance at last night's council commission study session. And in addition, I was in attendance at the Kiwanis Turnaround Scholarship Luncheon and participated in the Chamber of Commerce's Women's Empowerment Luncheon.
Thank you. And you were also with us at the Leadership Los Gatos lunch, you and Vice Mayor Leonardis. That was congratulations to those that graduated. It's a wonderful program. Those of us, actually 3 of us have been in it. We recommend it highly, I believe. In addition, I also attended the RIDE lunch. That's RYDE. That's a program for giving rides for seniors. And this lunch was really about recruiting drivers for the program, volunteer drivers, which help keep the cost down. Los Gatos does contribute money to the program, and it helps a lot if people would like to volunteer. Actually, so far, we don't have anybody in the program from Los Gatos, so please volunteer for that program. Let's see, I obviously did the youth commission interviews, as we have 6 new youth commissioners. Actually, I guess it's two returning and 4 new youth commissioners with the police chief and I and the vice mayor. And I also handed out awards for the Older Americans Lunch at the Rec Center. And I was also at the Kiwanis Turnaround Lunch, which I found quite touching. The turnaround lunch is really about high school students that started off really having a difficult first and second or maybe even third year in high school, and then somehow with either found it themselves or with help of counselors really turned their grades around and finished high school strongly. So there was a lot of very touching stories that brought tears to your eyes. For the Silicon Valley Clean Energy, the only thing I did was the Finance Committee, surprisingly. And then 2 more things that I did was Director Morley, Parks and Public Works Director Morley, and I did 2 interviews about the beach traffic, which has been on a lot of people's minds. We did one for the Merc and one for the KCBS radio. We were emphasizing what we have been trying to do for traffic to help out the residents. And then particularly with the radio show, we were trying to emphasize how the apps really weren't correct. The stories that I like to tell was, think about when you follow an app into the back roads to try to get around a backup on the highway, and you look and you say, it tells you your destination time is X, and then as you follow it, it starts getting longer and longer and longer, and by the time you actually get back to the highway, you start scratching your head going, I think that took longer. Well, we're really observing the same kind of thing in Los Gatos. And even last year, I noted at one point the apps were sending cars down Ridgecrest after Route 9 wasn't backed up anymore. I happened to be up there. I'm scratching my head. Why are all these people going down Ridgecrest and Route 9 is open? So we really tried to emphasize that. We also, in case people hadn't noticed, we have gotten Caltrans to aid us on the highway with signs that say, there's a sign on 85 that says take 17 to the beach, it's the quickest way. We actually have one of our own signs in town that says Waze lies. so that's kind of our emphasis is try to be realistic about getting to the beach, and that actually the highway is the better route there. So with that, Vice Mayor Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. Since our last regular meeting, I attended the study session as previously discussed by Councilmember Spector. I attended with Councilmember Sayoc the Memorial Day celebration at Los Gatos Memorial Park. I also, as the mayor previously stated, helped conduct the Youth Commission interviews. It's a very difficult decision because we have so many outstanding youth in our community. I attended the Leadership Los Gatos luncheon, and I attended 2 treatment plant advisory committee meetings regarding the budget for that committee.
Councilmember Jensen.
Since our last meeting, I have met with people interested in tonight's agenda, primarily on budget matters and also the North 40. I was not able to attend last night's meeting, but I did watch it on TV today, and it covers much of the same things as seminar I attended in January all day at UCLA about the same issues. The discussion was interesting, however, and I have listened to the entire discussion. So thank you for putting that on. And I have nothing else to report.
All right, thank you. So we'll go to Town Manager Matters.
Thank you. I have 3 items for you this evening. First of all, we are celebrating 4th of July with the annual symphony at Oak Meadow Park, so please join us for that. And then starting on Sunday, July 8th, we will be hosting the Music in the Park concert series here at the Civic Center lawn. That runs every Sunday through August 5th. Everyone is welcome to join us at 5 p.m. And then third, I'd like to introduce Sally Zarnowitz, our planning manager, to give us the Our Town this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. I did want to talk this evening about accessory dwelling units, which are also known as in-law units, and the recent changes to the regulations that Council approved. And I wanted to, in particular, let any community members residential property owners who might have been interested in building a accessory dwelling unit in the past but couldn't because of the regulations know that the regulations have changed and they may be able to build that unit now. So I just cover briefly a couple of things that have changed. The areas have expanded where these can be built, so they can be built in any residential area and also on including non-conforming lots. The permit is ministerial. In other words, it's approved by planning staff without a public hearing. There are reductions in parking, so there's only one parking space required for each ADU. In addition, it's flexible so that people can put that parking space in a driveway, in a front setback, or in tandem configuration. And as well, there are exceptions to that. So if a ADU, for instance, is within a half mile of transit or within 1 block of a car share or is in a historic district, there would be no parking space required for that unit. In addition, the maximum size of the ADUs has been increased to 1,200 square feet, up to 2 bedrooms. And also, there's an increase in the floor area ratio for the lot, up to 10% increase in order to accommodate the construction of an ADU. The side setbacks, the rear setbacks are 5 feet, and then the height has been increased in the non-hillside residential areas to allow for a second-story ADU where an existing primary residence is already 2 stories. So with that, I just want to encourage anybody who's interested to contact us. We have seen an uptick in the number of applications already since these approvals were made in February. And again, encourage anybody to contact us. Check out our website, which has all the frequently asked questions, a new application, a flyer, or come down to the public information counter and talk to us, call us, or email us at planning@losgatosca.gov. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zarnowitz. So next up is our consent calendar. Would any members of the council wish to pull an item from consent? I have items 1 through 13. Okay, seeing none. Councilmember Sack.
If I could, I do have a couple questions on, I believe it is number 9, and I do have to recuse myself on item number 2.
Okay, I have 2 cards from the public on 9, so we will be pulling that one also. Would anybody from the public wish to pull an item from the consent calendar other than number 9? Seeing none, I will come back to the council and see if I have a motion to approve the consent calendar minus number 9. Vice Mayor Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor. Move approval of consent calendar with the exception of number 9 for now.
Okay, do I have a second? Okay, I'll second the motion. That sounds reasonable to me. Any further comments? Okay, seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I, with the exception of number 11,
Okay,
in
so
which
you're
I vote no on number 11.
voting no on number 11, and Councilmember Sack is abstaining or recusing on number 10. Number 2, sorry, number 2. Does the clerk have all that information? All right, and there was no other no's other than Councilmember Jensen on 11 and a recusal on number 2 from Councilmember Sack. Okay. So those pass, even with the no and the recusal. So next up is verbal communications. This is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to us for 3 minutes on items that are not on tonight's agenda. And I believe I'm getting delivered some cards here. So let's call forward Michael Verga.
Good evening. My name is Mike Verga. I live at 46 Broadway. My goal here, as difficult as it may be, is to convince all 5 of you that there is only one and only best solution to the weekend beach traffic gridlock, and it is congestion pricing. All the ideas, one-way streets, blocking off on-ramps, widening Highway 17, a train to Santa Cruz, blocking off neighborhoods, resident-only permits, etc., may have some limited success and may be worth implementing, but most will be extremely expensive, may not work at all, or be decades away. None will work as quickly, as inexpensively, and be as adaptable as congestion pricing. Congestion pricing does not involve toll booths. It is a fast-track reader and cameras set up at the downtown South 17 on-ramp, Santa Cruz Avenue, Highway 9, and possibly Lark Avenue. You would just drive right on through. It is using modern technology to improve traffic flow. It would work for downtown Los Gatos very similarly as Bay Area express lanes do right now. It is based on what is called dynamic pricing. The price changes according to traffic flow every few minutes. Toll information would be available to smartphone users. By the way, you can set all mapping apps, Waze, Google, and Apple Maps right now to avoid tolls altogether. Beachgoers would be directed to stay on 17, avoiding the toll. You don't even need a fast-track transponder. A similar setup in Orange County called the toll roads works even if you don't have a transponder or a fast-track account. The fast-track website answers many questions as to how this would work. We do not need to reinvent the wheel. Everything is already in place. We just need to adapt it to our situation. This would not eliminate all beach traffic through Los Gatos, but it would end the gridlock. It would allow residents and visitors to come into town knowing they could now be certain that they can get in and out of downtown in a reasonable amount of time. Once this is in place and known, shoppers will return to downtown on summer weekend. Residents can return to normal weekend routines. It will work. More and more express lanes are being added throughout California because it works. Wherever congestion pricing has been implemented in cities and highways across the globe, it expands. I am asking for town council to direct staff to start the process now. I do not want to see downtown Los Gatos be essentially destroyed on summer weekends. No matter how many obstacles are presented, be it the county, be it the state, be it Caltrans, we must fight for our right to be in a great place, not just 9 months out of the year, not just weekdays, but even summer weekends.
Okay, any questions? Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Verga, have you had a meeting with staff to discuss this proposal?
No, I've just been discussing it with some of the town council members.
Okay. Well, I'm going to encourage you to do that.
Okay.
Councilmember Sack.
Actually, my question is more to staff, so I'll wait. If
Anybody, any other questions for Mr. Verga? Vice Mayor?
Mine is also for staff.
Okay. All right, then I'll let you sit down. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll start with Councilmember Sack.
So it's a question of staff of if you are aware of the congestion pricing pilot that is currently, I believe it was Assembly bill, but I can't remember. It was a Assembly member from San Francisco. It's in the legislation. And so my question of staff is if you could provide us an update through town council referral on the status of that. I know that there have been requests made to our own legislatures to see if we can include Los Gatos as one of the pilot projects. So.
Thank you for that. Yes, we will provide an update on that legislation.
Okay, Vice Mayor Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. I was also wondering if this is something that, regardless of the legislation, as mentioned by Councilmember Sayoc, if it is something that can be pursued otherwise outside of what the state has been doing, and if this is worthy of putting on a future agenda for discussion, maybe at the end of the summer when we have our discussion on traffic.
So we can add it to the end of summer traffic discussion. That's a great place to have the discussion. Currently, congestion pricing in municipal locations is not permitted under state law, so there is a need for legislation to be able to change that and to implement it. And there are other considerations that we'll want to incorporate as well, including investments in the infrastructure to start off with congestion pricing and to fund the transponder readers that would be necessary to do so. But we'll include all of that in a conversation for you in the August timeframe.
Thank you.
Councilmember Spector. Or, did you have a follow-up? No. Okay, Councilmember Spector.
Thank you. Would staff be amenable to meeting with Mr. Verga?
Absolutely, we'll reach out.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, seeing none, let's move on. So let's go back to agenda item number 9, and if I could ask staff to start us off on the explanation of that one.
Thank you very much. Matt Morley, Director of Parks and Public Works.
Excuse me, I believe you had another verbal communication card.
You're right. Thank you. We got so wrapped up in the traffic. If Mr. Morley will allow me to continue verbal communication first. Next up, Ann Robinson.
Ann Robinson, Charter Oaks. What do you need to be successful in high school and in life? Is being successful all about getting good grades, going to a prestigious college, and getting a lucrative job? Or are there other important aspects of life, like your physical and mental health? Currently, mental health is a serious problem in our society. The multiple school shootings are destroying our sense of safety in our schools. When you learn about the shooter, they usually have a history of mental instability. You wonder if we, as a culture, are falling short in providing our young people with the tools they need to build healthy relationships and cope with today's stressors. My daughter, Caitlin, has worked for 2 years as a Saratoga High School counselor through CASI, a nonprofit organization that provides mental health counseling to Saratoga High, Los Gatos High, and other schools in the Bay Area. She has a constant stream of students daily needing support and therapy for a wide range of issues. She wrote the statement for me to read, quote, "What I've discovered is that there are more students coming in than we have time to see, and that what many of them are really searching for is a safe space disconnected from their electronic devices to have meaningful conversations, learn about themselves, and build connections with others. The students I talk to are yearning for a place to learn without being measured by grades, where there are no expectations of achievement and they can just be themselves. I think a health and wellness center could have a profound positive impact on the health of our teens in our community who are increasingly anxious, stressed, and depressed. My vision of my daughter's statement would be to turn the venue behind Los Gatos High, which is a valuable asset that is underutilized, into a health and wellness center, providing the town with a safe place to learn, grow, and heal. The main focus of the center would be on social emotional learning. Social emotional learning is a critical component of fulfilling relationships and success in all aspects of life. Social emotional learning is a process that develops a person's ability to understand and manage emotions, set and achieve positive goals, feel and show empathy for others, establish and maintain positive relationships, and make responsible decisions. In addition to serving our youth, the center would be open to the entire community, including our seniors. Please consider exploring this concept. Thank you.
Okay, questions for Ms. Robinson? Vice Mayor Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Reining. This is for staff. If I may ask that they reach out to the speaker and let them know of the availability of the venue and the possibilities.
Okay, any further questions? Thank you. Okay, would anybody else from the audience wish to address us on an item not on the agenda? Seeing none, I'll close verbal communications this time and go back to Director Morley.
Take two. So item 9 before you is our tree trimming and maintenance services RFP result. The Department of Parks and Public Works issued an RFP for tree trimming and maintenance services in order to reestablish a contract for those services, which we provide to the town on an annual basis. This year coming, we've asked for $247,000 in maintenance for tree trimming, and from an ongoing perspective, it's about $100,000 a year. An RFP is set up so that it is not necessarily price determinative, so other factors besides the price play into it, although price certainly is an element. We had several bidders that provided responses, and Brightview was qualified from our perspective and our analysis, including reference checks with several cities where they currently provide service, examination of the tree inventory system that they provide, and their ability to provide tree maintenance services to the town and meet our needs. With that, they were also significantly cheaper in terms of the cost of services. And so our recommendation tonight is to move forward with Brightview on a 5-year agreement for tree maintenance services. We do have the ability through the contract to cancel at any time, so there's little risk from our perspective on the side of performance. And tree maintenance is fairly straightforward from that perspective. They are a certified company and have the certified arborists that meet the needs for the town. And that will complete my report, and we're available to support the conversation.
Okay. Would any members of council wish to ask a question to start off? Councilmember Sack.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Morley and Mr. Schultz. We've never had an appeal like this, so if you could just walk me through this process. The staff made their determination, it was appealed, and there have been several correspondence that have gone back and forth. And the one that in particular that I wanted to ask question of, it's our desk item. Actually, it's our addendum. So it lists the required qualifications, and based on the letter that's presented, it does not appear, and so I want your verification that the required qualifications, including 3 California governments, must include work in tree inventories. And so it has their reasoning for questioning this. Could you just respond to that?
So the RFP language isn't exactly as was provided in the letter, so the letter is a little bit misleading from that perspective. However, we did check qualifications with 3 entities, including the County of Santa Clara, with Sunnyvale, and with one other local entity, and I'll have it for you here in just a second, with the City of San Jose, all of which are local municipalities or local government agencies that provide the service. There's also an extensive list of jurisdictions that Brightview provides service to throughout the state.
And the language is not must. They misstate, and it's not only misleading, it just completely misstates what's in the RFP. The word is not must. It says it should have 3 other contracts, not must.
Okay, any further questions? Councilmember Jensen.
It's also a question related to the addendum regarding the city of Sunnyvale. The letter alleges that Brightview doesn't actually work for Sunnyvale, so what kind of reference check did staff do, and is it satisfied that Brightview actually did not misrepresent its working for the city of Sunnyvale?
So the town staff had a conversation with a contract manager with the City of Sunnyvale. The City of Sunnyvale manages several contracts with multiple contractors, Brightview being one of them, and they had positive reviews for Brightview.
Okay, seeing no more questions at this time, I'm going to open the public testimony, and I'm going to start with Ernesto Macias. So you have 3 minutes to address us.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, staff, and general public. My name is Ernesto Macias. I'm a manager with West Coast Arborists, who's a signatory company with the Laborers Union. We currently employ close to 800 employees who belong to the laborers, providing fair living wages and a full coverage health insurance for them and their entire family. These same employees have been serving the town of Los Gatos since 2011, providing all the services described in the new RFP. With our current knowledge and experience performing tree maintenance contracts for over 250 governmental agencies in California and setting many standards and city contracts, we feel we are the most qualified company who responded to this RFP. Today's staff is recommending Brightview be awarded the tree maintenance contract. Brightview is primarily a landscape company performing landscape maintenance. Tree maintenance and landscape maintenance are two separate and completely different contracts and 2 different completely job tasks. We recently submitted staff 2 protest letters showing the lack of experience Brightview has with their bid, what should be considered non-responsive. I would like to point out that Brightview failed to list the proper references and experience. The 3 references they listed, only 1 is a governmental agency. The other 2 are commercial or residential properties. In the staff report, it states the city contacted San Jose, Sunnyvale, and the county of Santa Clara, where they were called to check these references. These references are based off a list Brightview provided as additional references in their RFP. This list consists of 75 entities, in which most, if not all, are landscape maintenance contracts. In fact, of the 75 entities listed, WCA has tree maintenance contracts with 30 of them, including the city of Sunnyvale. For the city of Sunnyvale, the city issued an RFP on August 25th, 2015. WCA and Brightview both submitted proposals. At their city council meeting on July 26, 2016, Brightview was deemed non-responsive for lack of references pertaining to tree maintenance contracts with governmental agencies. Listing the city of Sunnyvale as a reference for tree maintenance is false, and the contract in place is a landscape maintenance contract, not a tree trimming maintenance contract. Another item of concern was brought to the city's attention is Brightview has not conducted a GPS tree inventory for any city. They failed to list any cities they have performed a service for, if any, in their RFP. I did notice in the staff report that there is no mention of a tree inventory being part of the RFP. Does this mean, this does bring a question to staff, was that removed as part of the requirements of the RFP? I'm bringing to the city council two of the options on awarding this RFP. One, consider Brightview non-responsive and award WCA the contract as we meet all requirements in RFP. Or two, reject all bids, issue an IFB, which is also known as an invitation for bid, so that it can be awarded based only on price. I would encourage for the council to go with option one and not punish WCA for playing by the rules.
Let me see if you have any
set
questions.
forth in RFP.
Any questions for Mr. Macia? So I guess I have a question. I wonder if what's really at the heart of this is Brightview, a company that's not paying prevailing wages?
It's a company that may pay prevailing wages. We're not unsure of that because we weren't able to pull any prevailing wage documents because we're not really aware of any tree maintenance contracts that they're performing. We do share with them on the city of San Jose an on-call service contract, which we perform the majority of that contract for.
Okay, thank you.
Brightview would have to pay prevailing wages also. It's a prevailing wage job.
Okay, that was going to be a later question, but thank you for answering now. Go ahead, Councilmember Sayak.
So when I was reviewing the document and the list that shows the grading criteria, Brightview was significantly lower than your bid. And so if you could just walk through why you don't think that's a reasonable reason to choose Brightview.
Basically, in RFP, our prices are in line with all the qualifications and services that the city is requesting with RFP. Basically, the biggest thing is the tree inventory and the tree inventory system that runs the tree population for the city. Not only that, but just the experience and the knowledge of what's in the city, and it going from basically an hourly contract to a unit-based contract, if I recall correctly, determine those costs for the prices for those trees that we put in there. It was basically our knowledge and our experience that we had for the city. What we don't want to see is it go to Brightview because of a lower price. The city pay the costs in their urban forests and have to wait for 3 to 4 or 5 years before it can go back out to bid, and then hopefully have us back in here again to perform these tasks.
Okay, any further questions? I don't see any. Thank you, Mr. Macias.
Thank you.
Excuse me. So next up, I have Olivia Navarro, it looks like.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, staff, and everyone in attendance. First, hope everybody voted. Today I got my sticker, so. My name is Olivia Navarro. I come before you representing more than 6,000 members in our Local 270, some of which are currently hired through West Coast Arborists, and we're here in support of their request to reevaluate the RFP, either scratch it, start all over from the beginning, or again, award it to West Coast Arborists. Now, you mentioned something, Mayor, about prevailing wages. Along with prevailing wages, one of the things that West Coast Arborists that I know exceeds most other employers is that they also offer medical benefits to their families. Now, we have families that have been working in this tree service area since 2011, and these are families that are living here locally. One of the things that most of the elected officials are always talking about is making sure that we keep our jobs local. We keep the employees here, they don't get pushed out of the area. And on top of that, of making the prevailing wages, is that make sure that they have good medical health. And this medical health that they provide is for the whole family. We want to protect our families, our children, and their spouses living here. Any catastrophe that can happen with any type of medical issue would eventually demolish a family, by mere months, if not weeks. And so I wanted to bring that humanity part into this, something that doesn't normally get talked about when we talk about dollars and cents. I know that dollars and cents are important to our budget, but you guys sit before us, and we beg of you kindly to also remember the humanity aspect, that we're making sure that these families keep a roof over their heads and have a secure workforce. On top of that, another point was the knowledge. I think that Brightview has done a job in landscaping. I think it's a little bit misleading and maybe some misrepresentation about them doing some of the work and being quoted as tree service instead of regular landscaping. I know for a fact that if I tell my husband to go mow the lawn, it's not the same thing as if I tell him to go chop down a tree, and making sure that it's safe. Apart from that, I know for a fact that our West Coast arborist laborers are all skilled and trained and have met the safety requirements to make sure that not only they're safe, but as the work is being done in the community, also the residents are safe. And they're really quick and fast acting when an emergency does come up. So I kindly request that you guys review this. If you find it that you don't want to reward it to Brightview and want to reward it to a good company like West Coast Arborists, we would obviously be happy. But if you want to start all over, again, you don't want to start on a project and then have to come back and review it all over again. It's easier to just do the proper checks and balances and make sure that they actually qualify and they're getting graded on the work that they're actually performing that you guys need, as opposed to what they've done that might not necessarily mean that that's what you guys are going to need in this area, especially with the drought that comes through and all the trees and the fire potential that can come in the next couple of months. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see if you have any questions. Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Navarro?
Yes.
Are you saying that Brightview does not pay prevailing wage and does not have health plans?
No, ma'am. I'm saying that West Coast Arborist does pay prevailing wage. Obviously, Mr. Schultz did, the attorney, town attorney did also state that they have to pay prevailing wage. What I'm saying is that West Coast Arborist offers medical insurance the company pays for it, not only for the employees, but for the families. So in turn, when they're hiring these laborers that work for us, they're also covering the family and making sure that they're, on top of getting prevailing wage, getting medical insurance.
And Brightview doesn't do that?
I know for a fact that West Coast Arborist does. I think it would be up to Brightview whether they're paying for the whole family. I've very seldomly seen a company that pays into the premium for the employees and the families. Usually there's a portion that employers pay, and then the employees have to pay the other portion. So I can't speak of Brightview's, but I can speak of West Coast Arborists, as it's something that's quite outstanding right now.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any further questions? I guess I have one. Do you know, has Brightview ever hired from your labor union or other labor unions? Or do they regularly or once in a while?
Brightview is not a signatory as of yet, as far as I know. But again, I'm not here to talk about Brightview and what I'm talking about West Coast Arborists and making sure that you guys make a sound decision on the work that they're actually quoting on, not on work that wasn't.
That's fair. Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. Navarro. I have no more cards on this issue. Would anybody else wish to address us on this one? Seeing none, I'll close the verbal testimony and come back to council for questions, I guess, to start. Councilmember Sack?
The speaker has brought up the tree inventory, And if staff could just address that and whether or not, with your own research and references, is Brightview, have they performed a tree inventory as required in the RFP?
Brightview has provided information on that. They provided it with their RFP submittal. So we have been able to review that, and we're comfortable that they'll be able to continue the tree inventory that we have in place and to meet our needs with that.
Okay, I think I saw Councilmember Jensen next.
That was my question.
Okay. Councilmember Spector?
Thank you. For staff, did your analysis of Brightview indicate whether or not they were more of a landscape firm as opposed to a tree firm, and whether or not there were issues with regard to prevailing wage and insurance?
We analyzed Brightview in terms of whether they were qualified to provide tree maintenance to the town, not sort of the percentage of what work is tree maintenance versus landscape maintenance. We did not look at that, but they are certified arborists. Their local branch is certified. They have all of the qualifications and the experience to meet the requirements of the RFP and to meet the requirements for the town for tree service for the foreseeable future. So we're comfortable with Brightview, and that's why they came forward as a recommendation. In terms of prevailing wage, it is a contract requirement that they pay prevailing wage. It will be in the contract and will be managed both by the town and by the Department of Industrial Relations with the state. The town does not have a policy beyond what is required by the state for prevailing wage, so there is no additional benefit requirements within our contracts.
Thank you.
Let's go with Vice Mayor Leonardis first.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. Mr. Morley, how many proposals did we receive back on this contract?
We received 3 proposals.
And what was the problem with the one we are not hearing about this evening?
There was no problem. All 3 of the proposers were deemed qualified through the RFP process. So our first evaluation is, are these companies qualified to provide the services? And all 3 were deemed to be qualified, and we were able to do that through evaluation of their submittal documents with the RFP, and then through reference checks as follow-up. As the next layer on top of that, we look at as price as being a factor as well, and that's where the differentiation was. The third contractor was significantly higher in cost, and so didn't really compete from that perspective.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jensen.
Hypothetically, if the council were to determine that it wanted to reopen the bidding, to do more evaluation, and to ask questions about landscape versus tree maintenance, about the GPS and the tree inventory in urban forest, I'm curious, what time limitations does the council and the town have on awarding contracts? Does it need to be done now in conjunction with the budget, or can it wait?
So it doesn't need to be done in conjunction with the budget. Our contract expires with West Coast Arborists in June. So we, going into July and August, when we want to do our block pruning, we would be unable to do that. And then it's just a matter of potentially when we get the contracts in place. I would say that the RFP process that we did was fair and equitable. I think what we have is a contractor here who came in high on their price and is looking at another shot at the program. From our perspective, with a fair and equitable process, we would still recommend award as recommended in the contract in the staff report.
Okay, thank you.
I do have one question. Since we don't have kind of this occur very often, if I can remember ever since I've been on council, explain to us what are our options and how does the purchasing, the reward process goes. It sounds like they are all deemed compliant, so then we have to take the lowest bidder. And then what other options do we have? How does this work?
So when we bring you a recommendation for agreement, you never have to take the recommendation. You can always send it back out for a particular reason. In particular case, we've laid out for you the evaluation process and how we think it worked and how we think it should proceed. So our recommendation is that it move forward. In terms of what an appeal looks like, so our Streets and Parks superintendent did the RFP and did the initial scoring with his staff on the award of the RFP, on the recommendation for award of the RFP. When the appeal came in, I reviewed the RFP separately, including the objections that West Coast Arborist provided, and you saw that we addressed those in the staff memo with the initial appeal, sort of line by line or bullet by bullet, and provided that information back to West Coast Arborist as the denial of the appeal. So you could theoretically overrule the appeal and reject for any other reason and send us back out if that was your choice.
Okay, thank you.
I would add, though, that I would caution council on doing that. One of the reasons why you haven't seen this is because you do have a fair process that goes through an RFP and determines which ones are qualified. In this case, all 3 were qualified. And if you're going to go through this process and then allow a contractor come in and say that he's better qualified and you should pick me instead and start all over or hire me, you will get many more protests because they know that the council's going to just throw out the RFP and go with who they feel they'd rather have for the contracts. And so it is a considerably amount cheaper than, and a lot of times when the RFPs are very close, if the dollar amount are and they were more qualified, then it might have been a reason to go with West Coast because they are a known commodity. But it is a tremendous savings that the town will obtain by going with Brightview.
Vice Mayor?
Just for curiosity, what were the 3 numbers we're talking about here?
So the way that the costing lined out, as we quoted this, and this is quoted, or the RFP happened pre-budget, so we didn't have an idea of what the allocation was. So we used a sample of services with an emphasis on our basic maintenance services. Brightview came in at $246,000. West Coast came in at $333,000, and the third company, Commercial Tree Care, came in at $452,000.
Let me just add that all of this is contained in your staff report. So you have the bid results as well as the other analysis that was conducted by staff. Thank you.
And I think you mentioned it earlier, there was some comment about if we're not happy with their work, we can end the contract early?
We always have performance criteria in our contracts so that we can end the contract early. We have timelines set for them providing us with a plan for doing the block pruning. We have a timeline set for them providing us with a transition to the tree inventory. So all of that is spelled out in the contract language that they'll be agreeing to.
Okay, further questions? Comments, motions? Vice Mayor Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. I move that we move forward with the Brightview proposal as recommended by staff.
Do I have a second? Councilmember Spector.
I'm going to second. I think that Mr. Macias and Ms. Navarro made an excellent presentation. However, the weight, to use my jargon, the weight of the evidence based upon what staff said and what's contained in our staff report and the fact that it's saving the town $100,000 approximately compels me to support staff's recommendation.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further comment? Councilmember Sack.
You know, as a couple of us have said, we've never seen an appeal like this. And so I understand Mr. Schultz's concern about if this were to be overturned and reheard, that then we'd see a variety of them. I guess I go back to 2 things. One is the tree inventory, and then actually what's also pressing on me is the City of Sunnyvale's report and whether or not there is a distinction between the landscaping and the tree. And at this time, I'm just not quite sure if the RFP clearly specified the difference between the two. And so for that reason, I do like the alternative that's being presented of modifying the specifications and re-advertising, understanding all of the analysis that's already gone on. So at this point, I don't think I'll be supporting the motion.
Okay, further comments? All right, so I'll go ahead and call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? So passes 4-1 with Councilmember Sack a no. Okay, anything else on this one? Seeing not, we will move on to our regular agenda. So we are up to agenda item number 14, which is our school busing pilot program.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie and members of the council. Ying Smith, Transportation and Mobility Manager. Tonight, we're here to present to you the findings of the congestion relief school bus feasibility study and staff recommendation. So I would like to start by saying that this effort has been supported by a strong partnership with the two school districts, the Los Gatos Montessorino Safe Route to School Coalition and the Transportation and Parking Commission. Staff wishes to express our appreciation for their support and all the parents and community members who participated in the process. So there's an addendum to the staff report, and I will explain the reasons why when we discuss the revenue. So just a little bit background on this study. In the initial Measure B discussions, the council identified a school busing program as one of the priorities. The program that the council was interested in was modeled after the traffic program. And the primary goal is to reduce congestion around schools. At the beginning, the council gave us the direction to aim for a January 2019 start for a pilot service. So we started the service, this feasibility study in October 2017 with assistance from school bus consultants, SBC, and our consultants are here tonight. I want to just take a few brief moment to introduce them. We have Patrick Knight and Ian Jones from SBC. So with extensive work in the last 8 months, staff and consultants concluded these 4 key findings. The first is the overwhelming support we hear from the parents as well as the community. So the next finding is on the demand. In the second survey, we received responses to show more than 1,000 students would be interested in this service. So that is represented by the green bar on the left side. We further asked the questions to understand people's preference in walk distance, time spent on the buses, schedule flexibility, as well as their willingness to pay for the service. So we took all those considerations and did analysis. So we end up with about 335 students they're considered amenable customers. So they're the ones who are more open to use the service and more likely to sign up. So we just focus on the first bar and the last bar in this chart. So not only the numbers important, but also where they are located, where their home locations are. We are able to map more than 900 students, their home locations, based on the addresses they provided. And among them, there are 335 who are considered amenable. So that is a map. You probably don't see much details, but we can see in the next one is a zoom-in map showing the areas within the town limits. So the numbers in the circle represent the cluster number of students. So the next, we'd like to show you a route concept. So this is a concept to provide service to Fisher Middle School and Blossom Hill, and it's a morning route that goes to pick up, hit the highest concentration of students. So you can see the route is not necessarily direct, and that time spent on the bus will be likely to be longer than a parent would drive the kids to school. So based on we calculate the projection will be about 58 students on this route, which is probably one of the highest among the different candidate routes. It's a good number, 58 students, but it's not as good as we hope because we are using 65 passengers per bus in our revenue calculations. So the next important finding is the price sensitivity. Here we show you at different price points what is the percentage of the customers who are willing to pay. Start as the lowest is $350 and it goes up. So you can see as the price goes up, the percentage of people who are willing to pay, they do drop. The orange line, it shows the revenue from 2 routes in a pilot service. So based on this analysis, staff conclude that the highest price we can charge for the pilot service is $350 per year. So all the information go into the revenue and expenditure calculations. So this is where the table has been updated from the staff report. It's the same as in the addendum. This we took into the newest development from the TFCA grant. We're not successful in getting that grant. We do have additional information in the addendum. Here, if we just focus the first half year, so that's not a full year of service. The cost to provide the service for 2 routes in the half year is about $110,600, and the cost includes the service contract, service management, customer service, and other administrative costs. On the revenue side, we only include the locally generated funds, which in this case is the fare revenue as well as the town's general fund reserve. Again, the revenue is based on 65 passengers per bus. That's roughly 90% at the 90% capacity. So you can see we didn't include the TFCA funding. We do have a line item to show grant funding, but keep in mind that those grant funding programs are highly competitive. There's no guarantee. In the town's general fund line, compared to the proposed, the budget you just approved, we will need additional $120,000 in the 3-year. In the very first fiscal year, is $30,000 additional. So based on the research and outreach we've done, staff is recommending the council to proceed with a school bus pilot program starting in January 2019. You will have the opportunity to take additional actions. In the staff report, we outlined the next steps as well as a schedule to take us to January 2019. In the next few months, we will bring a contract amendment to develop a business plan. And the next 2 items for you to approve the service contract, as well as to give us the final go-ahead to start a service based on the custom sign-up. Those 2 items have to be taken concurrently. They kind of relate to each other. At that point, we should have final numbers on the cost as well as the projected revenue, and that will give you the information to make that decision. So this is the last slide. It summarizes the key topics for your discussion tonight. Specifically, staff is looking for your direction or confirmation on those key issues. The first one is a service model. We're recommending a yellow school bus service model. And the second one is how people can use service. It will be an annual subscription service. And then also we need your direction and decision on the fare structure. We are recommending the $350 per year for an annual pass for town residents. And this is for the full year. Of course, the first half year will be half of that amount. And the second one on the fare is the $1,700 per year for non-residents. That's the full cost of providing the service per student. So that concludes my presentation, and we're here to happy to answer questions.
Okay, questions, Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, Ms. Smith, thank you on this and the other things that you do. When we were working prior to the enactment of Measure B, there were discussions, and I realize that discussions aren't a promise, but what is your understanding of why Measure B will not or may not be contributing to this program?
Actually, I believe Director Morley has the answer.
Thank you. So there's a number of factors in Measure B. The primary category within Measure B, and if you remember, there's a number of categories that Measure B is broken out into. The primary category that we're eyeing for this is an innovative transit model category, which has funding for projects exactly like this, new models that aren't in place in the county currently that jurisdictions want to move forward with. We expect that with the limited dollars that are available in that category, that it'll be highly competitive. So we didn't want to commit to having an opportunity to fund those without having some experience moving those forward. In addition, as you know, Measure B is delayed right now, so when that actually takes effect and the funds are distributed is still up in the air. That's likely to be some time away if, depending on the schedule measure that the VTA has for allocating funds for Measure B and for this particular category, and there is currently no schedule for distributing those funds. And then, I think that will cover it for now.
All right, and then, thank you. Clarify for me, you have up on the slide right now $1,700 per year for non-residents. Is it anticipated that the service would be usable by non-residents?
We definitely will focus on congestion relief and try to benefit our town residents as much as possible. But you can see even in the example we provided, there potentially some non-residents can use the service.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Jensen.
I have a couple, if I might.
Go ahead.
I wanted to follow up on the grant issue and the addendum that we got. Can you tell me why Bay Area Air Quality Management District told us that we are not qualifying for the amount of money that we asked for? What was it about the program that they thought did not fit into their category? And is there anything we could do to make it fit in their category?
Yes, this is actually, the grant is based on cost effectiveness. That means how many cars we can remove from the road, and then does the air quality benefits. In this case, is really a mathematical. We have to make some assumptions in how many trips we can reduce, and as a project applicant, we're more ambitious, and the air district staff do not necessarily agree with us. So since there was not enough evidence to support one way or the other, they chose the one that is they're more comfortable with.
Okay. And what's the relationship between that and the TFCA grant funding? Or is it the same?
Yeah, it is the same.
How does that affect any future availability of money from VTA if it does?
There should be no relationship directly. However, when we apply for the Measure B program, we definitely want to emphasize the air quality and trip reduction benefits. So we do want to maintain the agreement that we just disagree with their methodology. So then we can still make a case in the Measure B program.
Okay. My next question is, on your non-resident resident, there are a lot of students that live in, well, actually, let me go back to in the staff report you were talking about, I think you called it inclusivity of ridership, so it wouldn't necessarily just be school students. But I thought that was something that was required by the grant. If we're not getting a grant, is there a reason to do the inclusivity? Does it affect VTA or Measure B funding?
Let me start out. There are actually two separate issues. Here, the fare we're recommending for $1,700 is a subsidy. It's your decision whether you're willing to subsidize non-residents. And the second issue, I'm actually going to turn it to Director Morley to go into details on that.
So I think the answer is we don't know yet whether that impact that we saw with the TFCA grant will carry into the VTA grant. We suspect that it will. VTA is transit-oriented and oriented more on being inclusive. So we suspect that the requirements will continue into Measure B. Obviously, we'll make as strong a case as we can for the optimized program that benefits the town, but we wanted to be conservative at this point so that you understand the potential full ramifications from a cost perspective to the town if we were not successful.
Okay. One more. On the non-resident versus residents, there are many students who live in Montessorino that go to Los Gatos schools. So if they're expressing an interest in ridership and we are effectively costing them out based on your earlier chart for price sensitivity. Does that make sense if we're trying to, has somebody done any kind of math? Because I assume we're trying to increase ridership to get the signups, to reduce congestion, but if we price people out of, or we think we do based upon our study, at $1,700, why would we want to do that?
So a great point, and one that we have also considered and struggled with, and would definitely welcome the council's input. And that's part of, I think, what we're looking to come out of the discussion tonight is the $1,700 a year for non-residents something that you're supportive of, or do we need to do something different there? So there are two arguments. If we're looking at congestion relief as being the main purpose of the program, and congestion relief for us means around the schools, it doesn't matter where those kids are coming from, the cars are coming off of the street and they're not on our local streets. So that goal is met by that, by having them on the bus, regardless of whether they come from Guadalupe Mines in San Jose, from the county up on the hill, from county pockets, or from Montessorino. So there's a number of potential customers that fit into that. The other argument is that there's a significant amount of town dollars involved here, and do we want, with town dollars, given competitive needs for the funds, to be spending them on residents of other jurisdictions?
Vice Mayor Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. I think Mr. Morley almost answered my question. So I guess where I'm coming from is we have the town of Los Gatos, we have the city of Montessorino, we have the town limits, but we have the county pockets. And I want to know that if that $1,700 would apply to those in the county pockets, or would it just be those who vote for the town council members? Or not, I should say.
So our proposal currently, the one that we brought forward in the recommendation that's before you, is that the fare structure be $350 for those that are in the town limits. Those that are outside the town limits are $1,700 a year. It does provide for awkward situations where neighbors or across the street may be paying different fees. It sort of brings back sort of the garbage collection conversation a little bit. You know, that you've got two residents who get different service levels, and it gets a little bit confusing and a little squirrely sometimes. So that's why we definitely wanted to daylight this for a conversation perspective for the council and to get your perspective. Again, our recommendation is town residents pay $350, non-residents pay $1,700.
Thank you.
Let me ask a question, kind of follow up on that. So my first thought that comes to mind is, if the bus isn't full, why price somebody out of it? If the bus is full and we have to run another bus, then we're really subsidizing non-residents. Is there some way to say, oh, your rate is $1,700 unless we have availability, then we give you half price or something like? Can we do? Is it some kind of pricing like that available?
Yeah, I think so. It becomes a little challenging if we oversubscribe, but I think that's something that we could work through. I don't see any initial challenges with that. There's also the potential for conversations with other jurisdictions to see if we can encourage some cost sharing there. And if their residents are subject to paying the full price, they may be more encouraged to participate than otherwise.
Okay, Councilmember Sack.
Actually, Director Morley, that was a good segue into my question. If I know with VTA, with the Air Quality District, there's a strong emphasis on regionalization. And so if there's opportunities to, I guess, resubmit or apply for different grants with 4 applicants. I mean, we've already identified it's San Jose. For the Guadalupe Mines area, we have Montessorino and we have county pockets. And so the first question is, was there any discussions with those jurisdictions? The second question is, do you know if that would in any way enhance our application? And then third is it too late, given what has already been studied, to try and factor in those economics if those jurisdictions would be willing to cost share?
So I'll start and let you know that we are on a sprint right now to get to January. So it's an extremely tight deadline. So there's a bunch of work to do to get there. We have sort of floated the idea through Montessorino, but because of the timing, it was not at a timeline where we were able to provide an idea on dollars, so that's not incorporated into Montessorino's budget, and we have not touched base with either the county or the city of San Jose. And I think Ms. Smith can talk a little bit about the competitiveness of grants with multiple jurisdictions.
Yes, on Measure B, there are discussions, and yes, a joint effort will actually help us in more points. The challenge is to get all the parties to the table, and that's never been easy, but if we can accomplish that, that will help enhance our application.
Go ahead.
Okay, so then the follow-up, and I understand the desire to daylight what the actual true cost is to the town. Is there a possibility to approve the recommendation as you see fit, but also on a parallel track have those discussions with those jurisdictions so that if you're Montessorino or the county, there may be opportunities to offset this with their own budgetary process? Like, is it possible to add in more funding with the financial analysis you've done? Or is it once it's set for 2019, that's it?
So I think that having the conversation with the other jurisdictions is probably something that we need to do. So if the idea is that we can spend price this down a little bit with the inclusion of other jurisdictions, or even leave the door open for filling up buses, and that's the council's direction, then we would certainly pursue that. I think we also highlighted in the memo the need for, and it goes to having multiple jurisdictions participate, but having some political capital associated with both the county and Montessorino and electeds and residents in those jurisdictions that could help us get things over the goal line.
Councilmember Spector.
Thank you. Thoughts, having listened to staff and all of you?
We haven't gone to the public yet, by the way.
We haven't.
No, we haven't.
Oh, no, do we have public?
I do have one card. I just want to let you know before you started into the thoughts part.
Okay.
So
I will keep my thoughts to myself.
Okay. I do have one. Maybe it's a big question. Before we go to the public, I'd like to understand. Let me call it the upside. If I know my staff, they've been pretty conservative on guessing how many students are going to ride this. And I'm guessing that you've done, from reading your surveys, you've asked questions like, are you willing to walk 1 block? Are you willing to walk 3 blocks? And then you may have decided, okay, those that aren't willing to walk 3 blocks, you've excluded them. So if they see the other parents, getting relief from having to take their kids to school and the other kids having a great time on the bus, I would think there would be some upside that the 3-block walkers might start taking it. Or those, I don't know how many said they're not willing to pay $350, but they're willing to pay $300. And again, if they start seeing how well it's working for others, they might be now. Can you give me some feel for how much upside there might be? I might, a mathematician might put this as error bars, right? You think this is the number, but what's our error? What's our 25 and 75% kind of numbers or something like that?
I appreciate that, and I think, yes, I think staff is a bit more conservative when it comes to ridership projections, and I hope I'm wrong, and then we have a good problem to deal with. Sorry, I don't think it's easy to give you a percentage, like from that 58 number, what is the percentage uptake. We hope with all the support, all the, we design the service well, we will see more than the number we have here. And I would say let's hope for the best.
If I could tag on to that, I think your Mayor, your thoughts are right along the lines of what we're thinking, in that we really want to see full buses. We want to have that demand out there where it becomes something that people want, and that there's some excitement built and conversation built around it. One of the worst things I think that could happen is having half full buses, because then it's something that's not as appealing, or appears to be not as appealing. So we're really hoping for those full buses, and we really want to do what we can to get them full. I think we're close to it, but there's still some work to do. We were encouraged initially with that 1,000 number, and then as we started whittling away at it and got to that 300 number, it got a little scary for us. And then you always have that one element of getting people to commit by writing a check that is yet to come, and that can also be a big hurdle to overcome.
Okay, thank you. So let me open the public testimony at this point. We'll go ahead and start with Karen Briones.
Good evening. I'm Karen Briones, and I'm here as the Executive Director of the Los Gatos Montessorino Safe Routes to School. And I want to thank you. In January of 2017, we submitted a letter with our priorities, and this was one of the priorities that we wanted the town to really take a look at and explore. And we really encourage everything that's alternative transportation to not only get the kids walking and biking, but also to make our community a lot more livable. And removing cars off the street, as we've heard tonight, is a really huge thing. Traffic reduction is a very important part of that. And I do believe that this kind of program can be a game changer for us. It can remove cars off the road. It can get kids kind of allow for social interaction on the bus. But in addition to that, it can begin to shift behavior in our community and putting that kind of safety first process going. Allowing the kids who are walking and biking, and we do have those in quite large numbers at some of our school sites, but we also have students that have a harder time getting there and can't walk or bike. If we can remove some of those cars, we can create a safer, kind of cleaner environment for them to do that. I think we've been working with the town looking at this whole feasibility study, and we've heard a lot of really positive feedback from the community, not just incoming parents, from a lot of the kindergarten parents, but also from the community at large. I got a lady who stopped me in the grocery store the other day, called me the safety lady, or the Safe Routes to School lady, and she asked me about the school bus thing. So the information's out there. I think there's a lot of buzz, and right now is the time for us to seize that opportunity. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Vice Mayor Leonaris.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. Ms. Briones, do you have any input on the discrepancy between $1,700 versus $350?
In what sense? What kind of, just in general from our group?
Well, the issue of potential fairness. In other words, if someone is being charged $1,700 and they live on the same street as somebody who is paying $350, do you think that is a good idea, or what do you think?
As far as a good idea or not, I think that I understand the town's position and spending town funds on town residents. As far as dealing with schools, that will have to be a discussion best left with the school districts. I do think that it can be a challenge, but not something that we can't overcome.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions, thank you, Ms. Briones. Next, Maria Ristow.
Hi, Maria Ristow, 85 Broadway. I've watched this process go through for a few years, and it's very exciting to see that we're on the cusp of potentially doing a pilot program. It's also a little dismaying to see that we don't have the funding that we thought we might have at this point. I think the town is in a position to at least look at the pilot program. I think looking at a couple of routes and applying this money will give us the opportunity to see how much the community does get behind this. I think that a lot of people who are, as the numbers fall off, I think it was really important that the work that staff did, where you look at all these people that say they're interested in the bus, but then when they find out how much it costs, they don't want to spend that much money, or they're not sure if their kid will walk more than 2 blocks, et cetera. I do think that excitement will build. In our own community, we had the example when Dave's Avenue School was under construction, and Dave's Away had the students all being bused to another location in San Jose for a year and a half. Parents initially were really upset, really angry, didn't want to use the buses. And after a year and a half, not only were those buses full, the parents were continuing to wish that they had busing just to get to Dave's in town. So I think as that culture shift slowly occurs, we could see that snowball effect, but we won't know without doing this pilot program. And I do feel like this is a really good investment of town money. In the past year, we spent $150,000 to close the ramp at South Santa Cruz without getting the result of the traffic improvement that we had hoped. We caused a problem somewhere else. This looks like a surefire way to get cars off the road and has the potential to get more people using buses, running more routes, and hopefully then getting some funding to help pay for this. And then, in my opinion, I mean, one of the comments you made, Vice Mayor Leonardis, was, you know, is it fair if someone's across the street? I think the two things that the council needs to look at is if we're looking at this as a town benefit to reduce congestion around the schools in the town boundaries, at some level, it doesn't matter who rides the bus. But if you're looking at it as you are using town money to move people who are residents, we are subsidizing that bus route to a great extent. And my recommendation would be to stick with that split cost for the pilot program, get the residents using it, and as the program expands, or we get other groups on board, or we get some funding, then it's the same price. You just want to fill the bus and you want to clear the streets, regardless of whether someone's coming from a county pocket or Monte Sereno or San Jose. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Risthaus? Seeing none, okay, thank you. Next up, Ed Morimoto.
Good evening, Ed Morimoto, 460 Monterey Avenue. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and obviously I hadn't planned on it, given that I gave my card in about 30 seconds ago, but I thought I would weigh in on this issue of the split fee. And I'll key a little bit to a couple of the previous speakers, but I think what really resonated with me was what Ms. Restow said about this being kind of a quality of life issue for those of us who live in the town of Los Gatos. It kind of doesn't matter who rides the bus. To put my comments into context, I live in Los Gatos. I grew up in Monte Sereno. My heart was broken when I was turned down to join the Youth Library Commission because I was a resident of Monte Sereno. I also have no children and no children in the district, so therefore I will not be directly leveraging these buses. That having been said, I, for one, would be very much supportive of my tax dollars, whether it's my property tax, whether it's a special parcel tax or something in the future, to support this, because I think it is a quality of life issue for all of us here in Los Gatos, regardless of whether or not our address says Los Gatos, Monte Sereno, or San Jose. The other thing I would say is, don't charge the higher amount to folks in Monte Sereno or in those county pockets. I would charge the lower amount because I think initial high ridership is what you want. And a year from now or 2 years from now, when you move from pilot to permanent program, seems like a perfect time to say, well, this is a Town of Los Gatos program. If these other jurisdictions want to benefit in the same way as Los Gatons, then those jurisdictions needed to come to the table and provide their due support, and then introduce the additional fees. So those are my 2 cents. Thank you.
Any questions? None? See none, thank you. I have no more cards. I see Bob Buxton coming up. Go ahead and speak and give us your card afterwards.
Bob Buxton, Robin Way, 40-plus year resident of the town. Been involved with the traffics program, San Ramon, Danville. It's been a priority on the Transportation and Parking Commission now going on. I think this is the 3rd year. I've been to the community meetings with residents, parents. I've talked to our own community, neighborhood. This is a great program. We have to do the pilot. The interest will increase, and there's more to the congestion relief. That's a key goal, plus safety. The children that ride on these buses, and I got this not from riding on a bus myself in those days, not because there weren't buses, but they had started paving streets at that point in time. One of the community meetings, there was a native of Los Gatos, and back many years ago, there was a busing program. And she talked about the responsibility that she learned and that kids learned by riding on the bus. If they miss a bus, it's on them. So there's a whole lot for the kids to learn by taking responsibility to ride the bus. So I wanted to bring that up. I want to compliment staff, Ying Smith, Matt Morley, oh my gosh, the consultants. A lot of time and effort have been put into this, so really appreciate your approval of this pilot program. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? I don't see any. No questions. Thank you, Mr. Buxton. Anybody else wish to address us? Seeing nobody coming forward, I'll close the public testimony and come back to Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a program that I've been enthused about ever since I first heard of it, and so thank you, staff, for the work you've done. I'm definitely supportive. I agree with what others have said, that once it's started, I believe that it will just flourish. The most fun I ever had when I was in school is the time I was on the bus going to school and then coming back. I mean, it really is a lot of fun, and I believe that the process will feed upon itself. I don't have any objections to $350 a year for residents, because what I understand is that they're subsidizing there. So to begin with, I think that's okay. I would like to get the $1,700 a year for non-residents reduced. If we approve this evening, I would hope that the door would be open to reducing that amount. And I'm also okay with, having quote-unquote non-residents, San Jose, Montserrano, the county pockets, participate in this program. But I think once it gets started, I think it's going to be successful.
Okay, let's start with Councilmember Sack.
So I think I'm just going to concur with everything Ms. Councilmember Spector just said. I don't think there's an issue that this is a pilot that we want to implement within the timelines. I think what is the only thing that is giving us pause is this price structure. But I'm confident that, and I'm sorry I have a mint, I'm coughing up, but I'm confident that our colleagues in Montserrano and in the county, they understand the congestion we all face during school traffic. And so I do think if we approve this as is, because I don't want to disrupt the feasibility study, understanding that we need to continue moving this forward, but really make sure that there's an aggressive discussion with our colleagues so that they understand the benefits of participating in some kind of cost sharing that enables their residents and their entire town jurisdictions to also benefit from the reduction in traffic.
Councilmember Jensen.
I very much want to approve this project. I very much don't want to charge people $1,700 who don't live in the town limits of Los Gatos. To my way of thinking, we are hopefully going to provide a program for school students to get on a bus and go to school, no matter where they start up. And if you look at the map that we had, if we cut out Cherry Blossom, Englewood, the streets off Shannon, for those kids that are going to Blossom Hill and Fisher, we have immediately reduced the likelihood that people are going to get on the bus. We're talking about a price structure where somebody on a different street, 500 feet away, you could throw a rock at it, pays almost 5 times more for that service. And to me, the goal is, let's get buses, let's get people to ride them, let's get them to school. And it is fun to ride a bus. I used to ride a bus to school, and so the one block of three blocks is kind of a joke to me, because I got off the bus and I climbed up this 80% grade hill for a half mile. So I think that they will ride the bus, and people protest at the start. We saw it with Hillbrook requiring the buses. People didn't want to get on it. They argued. They did this and that. And then when they figured out that they could go put their child on the bus and it was all fine and they'd get there, it was great. So I would hate for us to start a pilot and discourage a good number of people that are attending those schools not to do it because we're charging them 5 times more. It's just unfair. So I'm hoping that we can get to a way where we can agree on either charging everybody the same and evaluating it, with the pilot program as we come back with the budgets, and see how that works and see what our ridership is or not. Is it more? Is it less? Is it increasing? But if I were the person who lived on Bruce Avenue and my kid was going to Dave's and Bruce Avenue is not in the town, and you told me you're paying $1,700 and the person who lives down the block from you is paying $350, I would throw an egg at the bus. Well, I wouldn't do that, but I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't encourage it, but I wouldn't be very enthusiastic about it, given that it seems just so unfair. I get the cost recovery, but if there's a discussion where we can get grants and inclusivity and regionalism, we should do that rather than penalizing somebody. And we just did the Youth Commission tonight, and the Policy Committee spent a lot of effort and time in figuring out who can be on the Youth Commission. And we said, you don't have to live in Los Gatos, you just need to go to school here. I think it's the same with the bus. You don't need to live here, you just need to go to school here. So please let's do the bus, and please let's charge people an amount that gets them on the bus and not be discriminatory.
Vice Mayor Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. I will spare the audience my school bus stories from 1978, going down the road in a very hot, rusty bus. You couldn't even open the windows in Cocoa Beach, Florida. But with that said, you know, I was going to ask staff, what is if we charged everybody the same amount, we'll just pick a number, the $350, how much more would it cost us as an entity for the first 6 months of the pilot to do that, so everybody gets $350?
Actually, the funding table in front of you is actually based on everyone paying $350.
Including the non-residents as well?
Yes, at this point, we just assume everyone pays, and we didn't distinguish the two groups.
So in other words, for the purposes of the pilot, for the first half of a year, whether you're in the county pocket or not, whether you're in the San Jose or the Montessorino, everybody's going to pay $350.
That's what goes into the assumption. So that doesn't change. The table doesn't change. It just is a question for the council to decide whether you're willing to subsidize non-residents.
If I can add to that, the assumption in the spreadsheet, and Yin, can you turn to the financial slide? The assumption there is that all of those students are Los Gatos residents. So those are all factored in at full buses at the $350 rate. So not at there is no factor in there for $1,700. I will point out, though, that because we were not successful with the TFCA grant, that we do have a $120,000 delta over 3 years. There is no funding identified for at this point. So if, on the sort of third to bottom line of that chart is the town's annual commitment that we have in the capital budget for this year, so a 3-year pilot. And then the next line down, 30, 60, 30, is the unfunded need that we'll have. So we'll need to come up with those dollars. I think part of the discussion tonight, if we can have other jurisdictions that are contributing, might spend that down a little bit. So we may have some opportunities there to close that gap. But there still may be an opportunity when we come back to you in the late summer, early fall that we're identifying the need for additional dollars, and there isn't a source that we've identified at this point. So that would potentially lead to some decisions on priorities for the council at that point.
Councilmember Sack.
Okay, so thank you for that clarification. So if we were to change the financial cost that you recommended, it would not in any way alter or stall progress on this pilot and the work that you've done. So can you confirm that?
That's correct.
Okay, so given that, then I do feel comfortable having a flat rate. I think what we could do is understanding that the goal is to fill the bus and perhaps give priority to the town residents first at that $350, and then, again, trying to fill the bus, then open it up for non-town residents. So I would feel very comfortable with that structure.
Let me quickly just put in my 2 cents. I was kind of thinking that maybe we ought to do something like twice as much, $700 for the non-residents, and I definitely want to fill the buses. I want to get the cars off the road. My hesitation at charging the same amount for the non-residents is I think down the road, after there's success in this program, we want to go to the other jurisdictions and ask them to contribute, and there's not going to be any incentive for them to contribute if we're already subsidizing their residents. If you said, yes, let's give them $350, then I would want to say, well, the price is going to be $700, but for our pilot, we're giving you a deal or something. So they know this is just a temporary price for non-residents until their jurisdiction, the county, Montessorino or San Jose, adds something to the program. And I definitely was thinking the same thing, that town residents should get first priority on the buses. Again, it's, fill the bus. If we then have to add another bus that's only partially full because we've added non-residents, that then makes it much more of a subsidization, if I could get that out completely. So yeah, let's fill with our own residents first, and then try to fill it the rest of the way with non-residents until other jurisdictions kick in some money. I think I saw Councilmember Spector next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question of staff. Would it be possible in your time frame to communicate to the other jurisdictions that they're being subsidized for the first block of time, and I don't know if it's a semester or a year, but that in order to keep that level of fare, they are going to have to contribute to the capitalization of the process?
I think we can make that clear as introductory price for the first half year. And then the council will get to make the decision on the fare structure every year along with the budget, and that's the time you can make adjustments.
Thank you.
And I think I saw the Vice Mayor next.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. I did a calculation, and I just picked a number that sounded good, $395 times 335 amenable riders, and I come up with $132,325. Would that be enough money to help offset the potential of an increase later on with the county pockets and the city and those types of things?
I'm not totally following your math. So it's $395 times 335 amenable population?
Yes, I was kind of just pulling some data from the staff report. I see the chart on page 9, and I'm seeing what we have to come up with as the town subsidy. And I just thought of a number, and we have like a 335 projected riders. So rather than choose a number of 350, I just thought, okay, let's choose $395, and then it gets us an additional amount of money. And I didn't calculate what it was, 335 times 350, but it brings us more money. And I was wondering if we can use that calculation like that, because I compared it with the numbers with the other agencies, and the traffic's is the lowest. It's $335, but there's Mill Valley and there's some other ones in there that they're much higher for the service. So I was just trying to figure out what would be a good number to start with.
That is definitely part of the art of coming up with a dollar amount for the project. We tested at $350. We did not test it sort of the $400 number, but you would anticipate that during that bar for that identifies cost, that if you increase it to $400, a few people that were sort of tentative at $350 might drop off. So you would consequently see the $335 fall a little bit. Again, this is sort of not tested, so we don't know what that exact number is. But it would definitely, if you increase the cost a little bit, it has the potential to increase the revenue, but it also has the potential to decrease the supply of customers and have an adverse effect on the bottom line. I think what the strategy behind the 350 was to, as we've been discussing tonight, really encourage that participation up front, knowing that it's a low number. The comparison with the other entities was also to show you that there's room for growth potentially over time after we get out of a pilot, but we really want to make sure that the buses are full. So there is that sort of give and take on the 350 to 395 or other number that you might fill into that blank.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jensen.
2 questions, just to make sure that the chart that you were showing us with the line item budgets, that is using a $350 fare. It doesn't have anything to do with $1,700. $1,700 was thrown out for the council to consider, correct?
Yes,
okay.
Correct.
The second question is, when does staff anticipate that if the council were to vote to begin the pilot in January of 2019, how long does staff anticipate running the pilot before it comes back with a report and financials and ridership to the council?
Okay, in the future items, future actions, the last two, you will see them in the fall, in the early fall timeframe. That's when we finish those two steps and get the actual number of customers sign up. And then at that point, you have the numbers all updated, all the financial numbers updated. And we will, since this, we'll know how many people will sign up at the time, so we'll produce the ridership report even on day one. It's more important we know that how many people pay for the passes and plus the ridership count.
Okay, so we'll do the contract, we'll figure out how much that costs, we'll offer it for sign up at a particular cost, that'll come back, we'll know what the ridership is going to be, and that's going to be in the fall before it starts. So if the council wanted to make any adjustments based upon what the findings are at that point, it could do that, correct?
Yes, the 350 as the base fare, that's what we'd like you to give us direction on. So when we issue the service, the draft service plan for the customer sign up, they know how much they're paying, the dollar amount you approved.
But if the council were to make a motion to approve the beginning of the pilot tonight at a base fare of $350 across the board, that's the numbers that you put up, we would know before the pilot started in January how many people signed up and what our anticipated revenue, if you will, at that point is, and we could make adjustments if we wanted to.
Exactly.
Okay.
And if I could just clarify that we're targeting the early September meeting, because if we're able to get the signups, then we'll be able to give you a sense of how much demand there is, and then that way you can also decide, is this a go, no-go? If so, even with the lower price point, you know, if we don't get the signups, council may have other directions, so that way we can refine the pilot and then get it going really for the fall of 19. But to your point about metrics, I think we're going to be measuring this all along the way. So if we get the go-ahead and the numbers look great in September, that we've got all the signups maximized, we'll start the pilot in January. We're still going to have a lot of steps. You know, we'll probably want to touch base with you before the budget hearings, so that way you have a sense of, you know, are the riders staying with the program? Are other families inquiring? We might want to think about how we're going to handle the signups for the fall. Do we want to do a spring recruitment? So that way we can even do better planning for the next academic year. So you will be getting metrics prior to the budget, and hopefully we'll also have progress on our work with cost sharing with our neighboring jurisdictions.
Go ahead, Councilmember Jensen.
It's kind of a follow-up question and potentially a motion. If I understand the process of what the council is being asked to do tonight, based upon, Ms. Bravetti, your discussion just now, you really just want the go-ahead on this to go and figure out the metrics, to start the campaign, to do the service contract, and to get the signups, and then come back to us and report. So we can make adjustments based on that, but really what you want us to do is say, okay, tonight, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
we recognize that there's a significant subsidy, but again, we feel it's best to let's try it and see how it works, bring along some other partners along the way. Once we've signed people up, I think it's going to be challenging to change price after that point, but you know, if it is the will of the council in September, we will look at what those options are, but I think we would want to really kind of lock in those contracts so we know what kind of revenue we're going to be dealing with to pay the service contract. But then we will be back to you in the spring with real metrics.
Okay. So if I may, I was going to try a motion. Given that understanding, my motion would be that the council authorize staff to proceed with the school bus pilot program targeting a January 2019 date, using the targets that are on the slide here for the timing. Do it at a price point for all riders at $350, with the idea that the more people that sign up, the better, at least initially, and we can look at what those numbers are. That we also add to the programming for this discussions with those jurisdictions that send students to our schools, Montessorino, San Jose, County Pocket, so all of those entities, and that we discuss with them subsidizing this program in whatever amount, that we also investigate with MTC, VTA, Measure B, etc., what our eligibility for grant funding is, whether that's enhanced by a single price point for all students, whether inclusivity makes a difference, whether regionalism makes a difference, in that we could potentially get more cars off the street if we include more riders. So really, that discussion is part of the motion to make sure that those discussions and that investigation is going on, so that when these service contracts and ridership and signups get into place, that the council can fully evaluate what this program potentially looks like. But my motion is essentially to say, yes, please get started at the 350 base rate.
Do I have a seconder? Councilmember Sack?
So I'll second the motion.
Okay, I would request a friendly amendment. I'd like to give priority to Los Gatos residents. I didn't hear you mention that.
That's because I didn't mention it, and I don't wish to do that. I want to give priority to school students.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? I think it's kind of a mistake not to give priority to Los Gatos or set a somewhat higher cost for non-residents. As Director Morley said, it's hard to kind of dial it back, and I don't see why the other jurisdictions are going to want to help subsidize it if we're already doing it. So I'm hesitating to support the motion for those reasons. Go ahead, Councilmember Sack.
So I do want to ask a question of staff. So with this motion of just moving forward, how does the staff envision soliciting ridership and locking in those contracts? Because if we were to follow this model of town residents first, not to say, how would you do that knowing you ultimately want to fill a bus? Would you reach out to them first?
So we'll be tracking, we'll be reaching out concurrently because of the time frame. So we don't have ability, I don't think, to do it in a phased way. The current motion is to treat everybody the same, but if the motion were to change, or there was to be some change that looked to prioritize other residents that are outside of the city limits, we would take all submittals and create two lists. One would be a town resident list, and one would be a non-town resident list, and it would be first come, first serve on both lists. So first fill the buses with town residents. If there's open spaces, then the non-residents. However, the current motion has us treating everybody equally, so it will be one list created, and everybody would be treated first come, first serve.
Please go ahead.
So my follow-up, remind me again, how many seats on the bus?
65.
So the maximum is 72 for elementary school students, and we use 65 as the 90%.
Okay, so what happens when we get 73 applications? I understand it's a first come, first serve.
Then we have unmet demand.
And then, okay, and so what, in your feasibility analysis, what is the minimum number of students necessary to break even on another bus? Or have you not gotten to that point yet?
So we've fixed the routes. So the first year we were targeting 2 routes. So keeping with the pilot, again, it'd be on one hand, it would be advantageous to have some folks that are really interested and they're waiting in the wings, sort of on a wait list to get on the bus. I think that's probably a good thing from the perspective of keeping the excitement going around the program and ensuring that we're successful and allowing us to evaluate it over time with full buses and cars off the road. Also makes us highly competitive for future grants. I think in order to move another bus, I think we need to get full on a second bus before we implement. And Ying, you can correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Yes, totally. We, in the first half year, since it's just for one semester, it's really quick for us to turn around. We will position the service contract in such a way that it is scalable. So it would be great if we have a wait list. That's really a good problem to have. And then we would just plan for the expansion of course, with additional funding. So we are less concerned about having 73 sign up. We're a little bit more concerned about not having a full bus.
Okay. So given that, I do hear the concerns. I did second the motion. I'd like to hear from the other council members whether or not there should be a priority based on residents versus non-residents at a $3.50 flat rate.
Vice Mayor Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. I would say to encourage ridership, we get everybody on the bus for the same price for now, and we worry about those things later. This is kind of the chicken and the egg. We're going into uncharted territory a little bit, but you have to start somewhere. We know that this idea works in other communities, and I'm just excited to see that we're actually here discussing this evening. It's been a long time coming, and I think that if I have to make a prediction, this will be very successful, and we won't have to worry about half of these things that we're worried about right now. So let's dive on in and get it done.
Okay, I guess I will reluctantly support it. I do like the idea of actually being oversubscribed however we do it. That helps create the buzz that we need to keep this going. I hesitate because looking down the road, I can see us getting on year 2 or 3 and we still don't have subsidies from the other jurisdictions, and how do we then tell the residents, well, you know, that was a pilot and now we want to change it and make it different. It's always easier to give somebody a deal later than in the beginning and take the deal away. But I will support it for the reason of maximum buzz creation. So I will go ahead and call the questions. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? None. Passes unanimously. It is almost 9 o'clock. Would the council like a short break before the next item's probably going to be a while too. So let's try to keep it short so that maybe we have another break in a couple hours, at 5 minutes or so. Thank you. think I see everybody back. So let's get started. So in my consideration of the agenda, I would like to pull item 16 ahead of 15. This is an applicant one, while everything else on the agenda is really kind of our own policies and various things. So I wasn't expecting it to get this late for us to start 15, so instead I'd like to go ahead and do 16. I think we'll be sort of quick and give this applicant so they don't have to stay here the rest of the night waiting for theirs. So Joel, if you could start item 16 for me.
Yes, thank you. So, good evening, Mayor, council members. Before you this evening is a request for a zone change from office with a landmark historic preservation overlay to R1D with a landmark historic preservation overlay. And this will allow the property owner to convert the existing or previous office back to a residential use. It will also make the zoning conform with the underlying existing general plan designation. The Planning Commission reviewed this in April, and they forwarded a recommendation to the Town Council for approval of this zone change. And there is additional information regarding the application in the staff report, but given the lateness of the hour, I will be available to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions for staff before we call up the applicant? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and call the applicant up. You, as usual, I guess, get 10 minutes now and a 5-minute rebuttal later, but you can be much briefer than that. Give us your name.
My name is Bess Worsema, Studio 3. I'm the agent for the applicant, the applicant. I have the presentation that we presented to Planning Commission, but in the effort of not taking up 10 minutes more of your time, I think it's pretty straightforward. The application is to return what was originally a residential property back into a single-family home, not divided out any different than that. I don't know if any of you got a chance to go to the property, but you can see that it looks like an old house downtown that's been a little bit bastardized with some of the office conversion work on it. This zone rechange would actually bring us back into conformance on this parcel with the general plan. I do have additional slides on here, but we can use those only if you guys have further questions or details. I think this is a pretty straightforward matter, and I appreciate everyone's time and you moving me forward. Thank you.
Any questions at this time? Seeing none, I have no other cards on this. Would anybody wish to speak to us? I don't see any. Would you like a rebuttal or any other closing statement? Would any members of council wish to ask questions? Vice Mayor Leonardes?
Move approval.
Second.
Yeah, we should do disclosures on this, so if I could start with Councilmember Spector.
I'm seconding it and saying that, yes, I saw the property yesterday, and I've seen it throughout my career and life in Los Gatos.
Okay, no disclosures.
I did visit the property location. Vice Mayor Leonardes?
Every time I come out of the wrong way of Bank of America, I look at that property.
Councilmember Jensen?
Yes, I visited the property.
Okay, so I have a motion, and I think I had a second.
And that motion would be for introduction of the ordinance by title only and to be read by the clerk.
That is correct.
Correct.
And would anybody like to make any comments? I guess I would like to make some comments. I thought about this, and I realized it was a residence, but when I went and I go look at the property, from the windows of this house, you can see the old bar, CB Hannigan's, assuming there may be a new bar. You can see the parking lot. It looks right into the parking lot of Bank of America. You can see the Cafe Los Gatos, Los Gatos Cafe. And so my hesitation is, I really like this as an office because it's kind of a buffer between the residential area and the more vibrant commercial district. We've seen residents that live 3 blocks off the main drag complain about, there's too much noise, there's too much going on. The person that buys this I'm worried they're gonna move in and say, well, wait a minute, it's too noisy here. stop doing X or Y, and I feel like it's almost endangering, the commercial district. So that's kind of my hesitation. In a perfect world, I'd have a couple offices on these streets to act as a buffer. So we're effectively taking away the buffer here from between the residents and the commercial district. Any other thoughts? Okay, so I see no other thoughts. I'm going to go ahead and call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? No. All right, so it passes 4-1 with the mayor opposed. And could you read the title, please?
Ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Los Gatos amending the zoning code from OLHP Office with a Landmark and Historic Property Overlay to R1D LHP Single Family Residential Downtown with a Landmark and Historic Property Overlay for property located at 221 Almendra Avenue.
Okay, thank you. So let's go back to item number 15, please.
Great. Good evening again, Mayor, Council. The Town Council last considered the North 40 specific plan amendments in March. Following their discussion and consideration and receiving public testimony, the matter was continued with requests for additional information from staff. Staff has since pulled together information, provided starting point language for the council's consideration. This evening will be another opportunity for the council to consider potential amendments, receive additional testimony, and then obviously staff is available to answer any questions. We have the town attorney, town manager, myself, as well as the director of Parks and Public Works and the assistant director of Parks and Public Works here to answer any questions. Initially, we've, again, as I stated before, we provided some starting point language for some of this. Some of it's just general information from other jurisdictions, but we're here to help you walk through any of that information, and we're available, and that concludes staff's report.
Okay, any questions for staff at this time? Seeing none, I'm going to start by calling up Steve Buster.
I'm going to make this really fast because I know I only have 3 minutes here. Good evening, Mayor Rennie, members of the council. Steve Buster, I'm Senior Vice President of Development for Grosvenor Americas. We wanted to quickly just go through some of the community input that I know we've all heard over the last few months. First of all, there's general consensus that the community would like to see a hotel on Phase 2, and this is a good location for that. There's a preference for lower traffic generating uses. We've heard that as well. Preservation of downtown was an important issue for a lot of tenants and owners of buildings downtown. And so they suggested reducing the commercial square footage at North 40 Phase 2. There's a desire for specific housing types, millennial housing and move-down housing. We've heard that from some residents. And a willingness to negotiate, for example, adding more height in exchange for open space. We've heard that as well, which is great. Over the last couple months, while we've been listening to feedback from the community, we've gone out and had a lot of conversations. For instance, Grosvenor's not an expert in hotel development, so we talked to hotel developers. So with regard to the hotel, talking to them, it is a feasible use here. However, they all said that that use needs to be subsidized by higher land values, such as residential. It is feasible here with subsidies. Office uses are, we don't have the height or scale that we really need to attract some of these bigger users that are out there that I'm sure some of you have heard about. We are limited in the specific plan for height and traffic trip generation. A large retail commercial project is potentially still feasible here, even with the changes to retail. Millennial housing and move-down housing, we really, really need 55 feet in some locations to make that product type feasible. So the 35-foot high limits is hurting the feasibility of that. And so based on this community input that we've gotten, based on the market feedback that we've gotten, we put together some conceptual drawings for you. Again, these are very conceptual, but they'll give us an idea of what we're looking at. So this is a plan that shows 294 units, which is consistent with our environmentally preferred alternative. But this plan here is also consistent with the 35-foot height limit in the specific plan, and they're not really feasible at this height. It has a hotel, a town square, and some retail. This plan we did to show what it would look like if we had 55 feet in height. We got a multi-purpose field here, same number of units, 294 units. We were able to add more open space, retail around the town square, and a hotel. This is what it looks like as a combined plan, which just starts getting very interesting, and the core here with the market hall. Our recommendation would be to amend the specific plan for 294 units, add some height, and give us a chance to put an application together. I don't want to spend a ton of time and money on this without knowing that this is the direction that you guys want to head. So,
All right,
that's
let's
it.
see if you have any questions. Councilmember Sack.
Since you went through that fairly quickly, can you show us the two options that you just?
Sure, of course, yeah.
And okay, so walk me through what I'm looking at.
Okay, so this is the North 40 Phase 2 area. We site plan, I do have our architect here as well as Don Capobres, which can speak, if we have questions, we can dive into this. But this shows housing compliant with the specific plan height limits, so 35 feet, which is not feasible financially, but we wanted to show you what it looked like on a site plan. This site plan is 294 units. That is the amount of units remaining with a density bonus in the environmentally preferred alternative. That's how you get to 294. We have a hotel here, which is about 82,000 square feet. This is compliant with the plan as well at 45 feet in height. We have a town square, which is consistent in scale with the downtown park near the post office. And here's the about 25,000 square feet of neighborhood retail. If you exchange height for more open space, we went to this plan. These buildings now, millennial housing and move-down housing, are feasible financially. We can go up to 55 feet in some locations for elevators and that type of thing. And it allowed us to add some more open space to the plan. So we're exchanging height for open space. This is a multi-purpose field that we put in here. It could be anything. It could be a little league field. I have four kids and love baseball, so that's my idea, but whatever the town would like to see here, we could probably program. We have some 3-story row home type units here. Hotel, same hotel as the previous plan. Town square, and then retail supporting it. And then if you look at it with the combined Phase 1 area that Summerhill's building and the market hall and retail, it starts to look like a pretty interesting plan in a neighborhood. We have the millennial and move-down housing here and the multi-purpose field.
Okay, go ahead.
So I want to make sure I understand the difference between the two. So option 2 that you're showing us still remains at 294 units.
That's correct.
Higher height, but then we get a multi-use field.
And again, this is conceptual,
No,
but we
I
just
get
wanted
it.
to show you the same number of units with more height. That opens up other areas of the project for open space or whatever the town wants. So that's the trade-off.
And with that 294 units, approximately, understanding you haven't built it out, but what's your square footage for those units?
For millennial housing, I would say on average 1,000 square feet or less would be appropriate here. And for move-down housing, 1,500 square feet on average per unit. Again, that's conceptual, and that definitely could change, but that rough idea.
If I may, my last
Please go ahead.
question. With the hotel, what kind of amenities are included in this type of a hotel that you're showing? Specifically, is there a conference room?
Yeah, so this is, again, it would be up to, again, Grosvenor doesn't build hotels. We're not an expert in that, so we would probably bring somebody on as a partner like we did with Summerhill in Phase 1 to build this. So it could be different depending on who ends up coming on board. In this case, this is 170 rooms, 82,000 square feet, and there's probably some small conference. I'm looking at my architect here, but can I have Chris come up and?
Please.
and answer that.
Hello, council members. My name is Chris Hagelin. I'm with BAR Architects. So the drawing is conceived here, the upper wing of the hotel, the first floor. There's about 10,000 square feet of space that's kind of a TBD space. It could be a small conference room, it could be a small cafe, it could be additional retail. We don't know, as Steve mentioned at this point, but just so you know what you're seeing in the drawing, there is that wing that is kind of a placeholder for about 10,000 square feet, and an average room size of about 325 to 350 square feet per key. So that space I'm mentioning is right here.
Vice Mayor Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. Looking at your diagram, what is the size of that green area, the open space, the sports field, whatever we'll call it?
This is about 1.5 acres.
Okay.
This, along with this area here.
Now, previously from our meetings, is that where the barn sits out in that corner?
No.
Okay, I'm in the wrong, okay, never mind about that question. And then on the 55-foot height, is that inclusive of the elevator returns and the roof screening?
Yeah, that would give us the flexibility to have elevators up to that height. Not the entire structure would be at 55 feet, but it'd be 4-story residential. We do have some pictures we could show you, some images that are in this presentation. I just didn't have time to show you, but we could show you some if you'd like. But 4 stories with some places that would exceed 50 feet for elevators and that kind of thing. Go ahead.
And then the height of the hotel is also 55?
It's actually 45 feet, which is compliant with the specific plan.
Okay. Yes, I'd be interested in seeing those images as well.
Chris, do you want to go through these? Sure.
So we've gathered a few images. These are all projects done by my office, BAR, that convey a potential look and feel and scale of project. This is a project near downtown Palo Alto that is 4 stories. So that 55 height that Steve mentioned allows you to do slope roofs and have a little bit more kind of sculpting of the building as opposed to a 35 or 45 foot height. These are a project on the left is university housing at Stanford. The project on the right is a project in Foster City. The project on the left is in Palo Alto, 4-story. The project on the right is actually in Boulder, Colorado. But again, kind of showing you the sense of scale of these sorts of buildings of the approximately 4-story range. The town square that we're showing, as Steve mentioned, is just maybe about 10% smaller than the town plaza in front of the post office. And just some quick imagery of what a square like that could look like. These are kind of images from squares around the Bay Area, Sonoma, Healdsburg, and other places. So something that could be not too dissimilar from what you have there now. Also say that the site plan was arranged around a few of the existing large trees. So on the site plan, I'm sorry to real quickly, these trees are existing here, and these trees are existing here. So it gives us a chance to kind of really anchor the site plan, and especially the town square, to get some nice big trees within the project from day one.
Councilmember Jensen?
Thank you. Go back to, it's probably your second slide, where you say, move down, I don't know where it is, but it's move down millennial housing product, quote unquote product type, is not feasible unless we do it at 55 feet. I want to know what you mean by move down millennial housing product, and what does that mean to you, and why does it have to be 55 feet?
So very generally, I would say millennial housing is smaller units, more than likely apartments. You could be under 1,000 square feet per unit, which makes it more affordable for people just starting their careers. And the move down housing would be a little bit larger, 1,500 square feet on average, that somebody with a 3,000 square foot home in Los Gatos could sell and buy a condominium here and stay in town.
And why does that have to be 55 feet?
In order to build the parking structure and the building, you need a certain critical mass in order for it to make sense. You can't build it 1 story or 2 stories. In order to build the parking it needs and to have the land value high enough to support the use, you need critical mass of units. So that's why you don't see a lot of those 3 stories or less, because they just don't pencil. They don't make sense financially.
Okay, and then, sorry, just,
Please,
I think
go
it's
ahead.
one. You had requests at the end, I don't know which slide it was, but one was to increase the number of housing to 294. Of those 294, how many would be affordable?
Okay, so the math behind, I actually have a slide to show the math behind the 294. So the way we got to 294 is the environmentally preferred alternative studied 455 units, which was the 364 base units in the specific plan, or in the EIR, increased by 25%, and then there was a corresponding decrease in commercial square footage of 25%. So you get to 455. If you subtract the base units from phase 1 that Summer Hill's building, that's 237 units, you have remaining 218 units. 20% of that 218 will be affordable. Depending on how you break up the number of affordable units into different categories, you could apply for a 35% density bonus, which would give you another 76 units up to 294. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Go ahead.
Given your presentation regarding your discussions on office use, the current plan now has 250,000 square feet, I think, set aside for office. In your opinion, does it make sense to retain 250,000 square feet designated for office and/or something that's called innovative space, given the traffic generation and what you understand about the office for market?
So I would keep it in the plan. I'd keep the flexibility to have that. This plan that we're showing you is actually less, or it's a reduction in commercial space of more than 25%, so there's a lot of entitlement left. And I would leave it in the specific plan for flexibility in this, as well as the remaining land in phase 2.
Thank you.
Councilmember Spector?
Thank you. Mr. Bester, I'm going to ask you a question I've asked Mr. Capobres in the past so that we're all on the same page.
Can he answer it for me?
No, we're going to see if your answer and his answer are the same.
Okay.
This is a test.
Okay.
Both you and he have used the term move-down housing and I think millennial housing. But as a practical matter, it's just housing. Because first of all, with regard to the law, move-down housing normally refers to senior, and we can't do that. So you're going to have housing that in your testimony is something like 1,000 or less minimum to about 1,500 maximum. So it's going to be a certain size, and anybody can live in it.
Yes, it is not restricted for age. But you will find when we design projects like that is a move-down housing building, we program it more for a move-down home. So somebody that's selling a larger home but wants to stay in town. That doesn't preclude somebody from buying it that's a family, but it's just not programmed especially for families. So they may choose to buy somewhere else, or they may buy there. But yes, you're correct.
You both got the same answer. Thank you.
Thank God.
Councilmember Sack?
So could you just explain, what do you mean by program?
Each building is amenitized in a certain way, right? So a move-down building may be amenitized for an older demographic versus having, an outdoor area with a gym and cornhole and barbecues that may not be used. It'll just be amenitized differently, and the units could be designed differently. You could have more, the interiors could be designed for seniors more than you normally would.
So when you talk about programming, does that also include building it so that someone could, I don't even know what the right terminology is. I'm looking at right now with our age-friendly designation, there's a lot of architectural features we are looking at that allows someone to age in place. When you talk about programming, does that build those features in so that someone can continue to live there, even though they may require a wheelchair assistant or,
Right.
any other thing that.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about, yeah.
And how would that be specified so we get the exact programming that you're talking about?
Good question. I mean, if we're targeting a market for move-down housing, we're going to need to do those things. Otherwise, we're not going to sell the units, right? So I don't know how to answer that. Some towns or cities have required that we design for a certain percentage of the units for aging in place. That's one idea.
Steve, I can speak here just from
Great,
a
yeah.
code standpoint, if that's helpful.
Yeah.
So on accessibility in California housing, any of the buildings that we're anticipating or planning for these bigger buildings have elevators, and they're more than 2 stories tall. Every single unit in those buildings will be accessible to somebody in a wheelchair. On the 2 larger buildings, so they have, they're anticipated to have elevators that would go to every floor, and likely most of the units, if not all of the units, would be flats, so single-story flats. If it is a 2-story townhouse unit, then the code creates provisions that makes you have one of the floors accessible, and there are certain things that have to happen on that floor. The smaller units that we're showing over on the right, again, they could be many different types of things, but what's shown there and what we're accounting for units are stacked flats that do not have elevators, and they're 3 stories tall. So those buildings, the ground floor units are accessible. They're 1 story. The 2nd and 3rd floor units are not accessible. You go upstairs to them. So again, some of these things are just purely driven by code. So I think the scale of the buildings we're talking about here and here would kind of meet the criteria you're describing.
Okay, let me go with a question. So I assume you've gone this direction. I think you started off by saying this is what you're hearing our residents in Los Gatos. They want something more like this than what's really left. If we really don't make any significant changes to the specific plan, you can't build all this residential. You'd have to build office and commercial. And you started off by saying, you guys also want a hotel. What if we didn't make the change? What would you do to make the hotel feasible? I think you were saying it's probably not going to be office because everybody wants 400,000, 500,000 square foot office, and you can't do anything with 250.
Yeah, it definitely is tough to deliver the hotel in that case. The residential land values are a lot higher, and you can afford to subsidize the hotel, which is why we heard loud and clear the town had consensus around a hotel, so we're trying to deliver that. If we didn't have the residential, we'd have to go back to the drawing board. I don't think we could make the hotel work in that case.
And, okay, so what about the office question? It sounds like even if you didn't do a hotel, you probably wouldn't do office then.
Again, I'd leave it
because there's not enough square footage. I think
Yeah.
we're guessing 250. I think we remember 250,000
Right.
square feet.
Right. We talked to quite a few brokers, some office developers, and users out there that are looking for space want scale. They want the ability to expand, and 250,000 feet really kind of limits their upward mobility.
So then you would likely max out the commercial then instead, or the retail.
That would be one of the
retail.
options. That's right.
Yeah. Okay. Any further questions? All right. Considering this is not an applicant, we asked them a lot. All right, we'll ask some more.
Okay, so this multi-use field, is it just for those that live in this residential complex? How, the town plaza area, how does one enjoy that if you're not living in this development?
Yeah, I did not anticipate this being a private field. It'd be open to the public. We'd have to think about how to figure out parking, and I put some more thought into it. But it could be used for Little League games that, I don't know if the town of Los Gatos has a Little League that they sponsor or if it's a private league, but things like that. Not intended to be private for the residents.
I'll ask another question. Would you be interested in entertaining development agreements in exchange for the height bonuses? As a condition of the height bonus, you'd have to enter in a development agreement so that we would have more input into what's there.
Yeah, my hesitation is I don't want this dragging out for a year or two and spend a lot of time and effort and then find out at the end that we want to go in a different direction. I'd really like to understand where the town wants to go right now, over the next few weeks, and then let us go have community meetings and spend some time, get consultants engaged, spend some money, and come up with a plan that works for everybody. I also suggest that we meet with staff after this, after getting your input, and we can figure out a plan forward. And if that's a development agreement to make sure that the town's comfortable, then we can definitely consider that.
Okay, and I think part of the reason we might want to protect ourselves with, protect ourselves with development agreement is because of the housing accountability laws. If we open it up to this much housing, you could do anything, and
Right.
and this would allow us to try to, put some more of our subjective desires into the project as part of the development agreement.
Right. So I would suggest that maybe staff and us can meet and get attorneys involved to come up with a plan to make sure you're comfortable with the approach.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? All right, well, thank you for your 3
very
minutes.
much. Thank you for your time.
Next up, I have Diane Siemens.
Diane Siemens, 69 Ellenwood Avenue. First of all, I feel sort of blindsided by this because I think you would have seen a lot more people here tonight if we'd known about this. I like the idea of requiring extra community benefits for additional height, for concessions on what goes into the property. I think that some of the ideas, particularly like Mountain View had, were very good. But 294 more dwelling units is not what this town wants. I think you heard that all through the hearings, and you'll hear it again. We don't want 294 more. And the first part of this development was too packed with houses. And they were all packed into the Los Gatos Union School District because the plan was to sell them to families. And yet there's no place for children in that development. Personally, with the concession I would like to see is a park in the second phase. And the park should be up close to the first phase where they have those big apartment buildings, not down between two highways at the other end. So I ask you to think very carefully about allowing Summerhill or Grosvenor or anyone else to go in there with a development this dense. The town is not going to like it. 94 was a real good idea. Thank you.
Okay, I have no more, no questions, see none, okay. I have no more cards. Would anybody else wish to speak to us? Can't believe there's nobody else that wants to speak to us. Okay, if I ask long enough, I get somebody. Please give me your name.
Hi, Carol Graham. I live on 125 Vineyard Court, and actually I didn't know this was on the agenda. This is very interesting to see the development here, but I concur that we need a little more open space, particularly if we allow them to go up. We need that open space. We need the place for people and kids to play. I like the idea of having a field for soccer. We're drastically short on fields for soccer, but something like this, I look at it, I see high density, I see a problem for parking. And I fear that going with something like this, as they try to squeeze in the parking, they're going to start taking that out of that open space to allow for parking. When you've got a field of that size and you've got that many people there, you've got a hotel, you've got shopping, I did not see an adequate accommodation for the cars that this will be bringing in. I heard, yeah, we'll have to figure that out, But in the figuring it out, I'm afraid that we would be giving up some of that open space. So that is just my thoughts.
Okay, questions? Seeing none, I have Pete Siemens coming forward.
Yeah, I couldn't resist, sorry. Pete Siemens, live in 69 Ellenwood, Los Gatos. Well, I agree with the concept. If we're going to have extra height, we should be getting something for it. I think an acre and a half is pretty minimal on park. I think we need more, and it should be centralized so that it will serve what we didn't do in the south part of whatever it is, south part of the North 40. So I think, but for sure you don't want the park over by the highway. It wants to be in the middle of where it gets accessible to everybody. And the other thing is you need to be very careful about listening to market surveys and all this. Your job is not to worry about so much about finances as what's good for the town. When people talk about penciling this or penciling that, what they're doing is penciling how much money they can make on it. And I suppose, having been where you are for a while, you kind of realize that, but I just like to reemphasize it. So again, I'm interested in park, more of it in the middle of the project and not right next to the highway. And we maybe have at odds about housing. I would prefer housing over commercial because commercial is what's going to drag the traffic. So, any case, any questions? Otherwise,
Looks like we have a question from Vice Mayor Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. Mr. Siemens, you said you'd prefer to see more open space. They're proposing an acre and a half.
Right.
What do you think would be adequate?
Well, I'm not exactly sure. I'm thinking about the park near me, and it's just Bachman Park. I think it's probably an acre and a half. I'm not sure. That's about right. But I think more, at least double. And we had 40 acres. Certainly, I would have thought at least 10% ought to be, or more ought to be open space. And you just really can't count, planter boxes and shrubbery and areas along sidewalks. That's nice greenery, but it's not open space. So open space is a place to throw a frisbee or, set up baseball practice or do something. And I think a little more land would be more useful, particularly when you have 40 acres. And you add up, what could be as many as 500 dwelling units. I mean, that's way more than the number of houses in my immediate neighborhood that's served by Bachman Park. So I think we need to think about it more. But certainly it shouldn't be by the highway. And I think with that kind of, getting more open space for height, well, maybe, some of those things in Palo Alto look pretty good. I'm not sure I like 4 stories, but, we haven't got much more land left and we probably need to supply and provide something. And so anyhow.
Okay, any further, go ahead, follow-up question.
So the figure of 294 units, I think your wife disagrees with that number. Do you agree with that number?
Well, that's a little bit scary. I think, I would say less, but I still, when it comes down to that or some kind of, heavy commercial where you have lots, which really is what drives traffic, industrial stuff, particularly peak hour stuff. That's, I think housing is probably a better trade-off. But in order to do that, though, you're going to have more park. So 294, maybe it's slightly, I would say it should be somewhere closer to 2, but certainly with, like I say, we're talking 500. What is it in the south, on the south part? It's over 300. So we're talking 500 to 600 dwelling units. And think about where the kid's going to go play. They got no place to go. There's no bridge over 17, so they can go in that direction. And I don't know where they're going. There's no way to get to Vasona really without crossing other major streets. There's no bridging. There's no protection. There's no place. It's no place. It's surrounded. It's basically locked, road locked, the whole property. So really, people need something on site to be able to recreate and go hang out. So,
Okay, I see no further questions. Thank you.
thanks.
Next up, Ed Morimoto.
Good evening. I was actually on the fence about speaking as well. Ed Morimoto, 460 Monterey Avenue. Time after time, I've been up here advocating the imperative for more housing, and so hopefully we will take serious consideration about switching to the alternative, the environmentally preferred alternative under the EIR. So I won't get into that. Also, you know, time and time again, I've come and cited what I believe the appropriateness of putting height on the North 40 is. If there is anywhere in our town that we should consider it, it should be there. So the only thing that I will add, which is kind of new, is I would submit that maybe we consider looking at the parking ratios and doing something different on the North 40 or what's left on the North 40 in favor of allowing for reduced amounts of parking, especially for residential. I think this is consistent with what we're seeing as far as trends in transportation, the desire to use more public transportation is consistent with what we've done with auxiliary dwelling units as well. And so since
Mike's having a little
Did I break
trouble,
it?
so he's
I'm
battery's
sorry.
probably going low.
Since I know a big theme, and when we think about how do we make housing more affordable or more accessible to people, and we talk about the economic feasibility of building things, providing parking is a very big expense that contributes into development of housing. And so if we were even willing to modify those ratios a little, potentially it could allow for either more open space or the creation of more affordable or more accessible units. So that's it.
Questions? Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. Mr. Morimoto, since the other speakers have sat down, how do you feel about, there was comments from the speakers about moving the park inland. How do you feel about the configuration of the layout? Can it be adjusted to your knowledge?
Quite frankly, I don't feel like I'm qualified to answer that question. I think the sentiment of making the green space more accessible is an absolutely fine one. I think as far as the particularities of site planning go, I just don't know. I mean, again, I think a lot of times, especially when we are dancing perhaps on the hairy edge of economic feasibility, we have less optionality to make those sort of decisions. And so I think that everything can be done at a price. It then depends on what we're willing to do. Perhaps there is a trade-off for having a more central or larger green space, but that might come at the expense of allowing a different unit type, greater height, what have you. Again, but this is not my area of expertise.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more questions, thank you. Anybody else interested in speaking? So seeing nobody coming forward, I'll close the public testimony, come back to council for questions of staff and comments, motions. Councilmember Jensen.
I have a couple questions that could be for Mr. Paulson, Mr. Petty, or Mr. Schultz. And I'll preface it by saying that this is on for us to consider amendments to the specific plan, and all of a sudden we're talking about a rendering as though it were a plan development. So, question is, with respect to any kind of park or open space as proposed by some of the speakers, the only way the town could get that would be through a development agreement, because as we learned from the earlier iteration on the other phase, the town has maxed out on what it can require for open space given its general plan. Is that right?
That's generally right. That's the most reasonable way to assure that you're going to get a set number of acres, for instance, of open space.
Or trade-off for height with for a percentage of open space, but that does not guarantee that it's a, quote, park, an acre and a half park, a whatever. It just says we're getting 10% open space for that trade-off if we write it as an amendment, correct?
That's correct.
If the town, so if, as we now talk about this as though it's planned development, if the town were wanting to actually consider the various iterations that we've been presented with as a starting point, or consider them as a plan development or a basis for a development agreement, is there any point in amending the specific plan? Or do you just do a development agreement?
Well, I'll start, and I'm sure either the town manager or town attorney will have additional information. I think the specific plan would have to be amended because if you want to go down a different planning path, let's say you want to strip this potential plan development out of the specific plan area and allow it to develop separately, then we have to change the specific plan because we no longer have a specific plan that covers what was previously the entire North 40. So we have to come back and do a zone change, potentially general plan amendment. And so the specific plan would have to be amended going down that path. From my perspective, the simpler option is to, if you want to be able to consider that type of development or other developments, is to provide additional flexibility in the specific plan and then evaluate the applications when they come forward. But you have multiple options. You could go down either path, but either path would require a specific plan amendment.
Mm-hmm. And let me just add, from the context of planning for the entire North 40, we would strongly recommend that we would amend the specific plan so that way the integrity of planning this entire area still holds together. Some of the details of what would happen with future applications would be negotiated through the development agreement, so you would have that option to you, but at least you would know what are the development parameters, and the public would also then know what are the development parameters, and that's very important because development agreements can take a lot of different shape, but I think setting those rules up front in terms of what are the trade-offs, if there's more height, then what kind of open space, and setting those policies would be very helpful because that way you're not starting at square zero in your development agreement.
Well, let me follow up on that. My proposal wasn't necessarily scrapping the specific plan altogether, but we started out, we have a specific plan in place. It allows for much of the things that we are now talking about. So what my question really is there, if that existing specific plan without amendments stays in place, absent some action of the council to amend it, it stays in place for other property owners. It stays in place for potential development on this property. However, if we did not amend it to say, a trade-off for whatever, those things could happen in the context of a development agreement. Am I right or wrong about that?
Well, I think then you're talking about sequencing. So let's say council says, okay, we've thought about specific plan amendments. Maybe at this point we do not want to amend the specific plan. The moratorium goes away. Instead, the council says we're open to negotiating a development agreement, and as part of that package, then you would have general plan amendment, specific plan amendment, zone change, development agreement. So you would essentially bring back for full public hearing an entire package, and that's when you would consider specific plan amendments.
Okay, so my final question is, since the gentleman from Grosvenor says that he wants to know what the town is going to do in 2 to 3 weeks, which is highly ambitious, but I admire his ambition. And he wants, is there any process whereby this council could actually act upon one of the renderings that's been presented tonight and make an amendment conform to it? I'm just asking this as a matter of hypothetical, because the discussion often is, well, gee, can you put the park somewhere else? But we're not talking about that tonight. We're talking about amendments to a plan. So if the council really wanted to talk about, can you put the park somewhere else, is there any kind of process for doing that, for considering the renderings that we've gotten tonight?
Well, I'll start by saying that's the first time staff's seen those renderings, so we have not had any time to really analyze them above and beyond them being flashed on the screen. I think staff would need to, and we probably would look to the developer, frankly, to hear what's been said tonight and what will continue to be said, and whether that's continuing it to the next meeting in June or continuing it to the first meeting in August to have a more fleshed out discussion of that concept. I think the challenge gets to be it starts blurring the lines. You're using that conceptual plan to inform the specific plan amendments, but so I'd look to the town attorney to see if there's any concerns on that front.
No, I think Joel and Laurel have answered it. I kind of look at it more from a big picture standpoint too. There's some big picture issues here that I think you still have to deal with it, and you've talked about it. And one is allowing for additional height for a public benefit, whether that be a park or other amenities, and giving direction on that. Now the new one that really just is propped up tonight is really changing the focus from the commercial office and doing more residential. So that's a different change, at least in my mind, than I've heard in previous. There might have been a little discussion on it, but now it's really come forward by the applicant. But there's always been this talk about if you can do a hotel, we'll give height variances for public benefits. Now they're looking for a height addition for residential even, and that's never been discussed by you. So I think those are the discussions you need to have if you want to finalize the specific plan. But again, it can be done at the exact same time. If you want to give direction to staff to sit down and look at that plan and exactly what that plan would entail as far as specific plan amendments, so it would fit within that, we could do that also.
Okay, thank you for answering my question. I'm not suggesting that that's necessarily the route that we should take, because I've always looked at it as a document question, but I'm listening to fellow council people who are looking at it in a different way.
So could I ask a question about what is the public process involved with us developing a development agreement? When does the public give input in that process? Because an agreement sounds like a contract we do in closed session, but I would want to be able to get public input along the way. So how would that work?
So there's initial development agreement can be discussed in closed session, but it has to be the terms and conditions of that project, and not really the details of, like you said, where the park is going and other details. But you would do the initial, but there would be public hearings all along the process once we developed, from a staff standpoint, what we felt was a project that would be acceptable. And that's why I go back to the big picture issues. I don't know whether the council, I couldn't go in and start negotiating even the beginning exclusive negotiation until you daylight some of those issues that I've discussed. And those need to be discussed at a public level before we go into closed session.
Okay. Councilmember Sack?
So let me take another step back. So before us today is whether or not to even amend the specific plan, given the language changes that we've been looking at. Today we have a new design that was brought forward. I mean, what is the next process? If any change, any consideration requires a continuance, but for the public to even look at what we're looking at today, does that require a brand new hearing? How do we share this with the public?
For example, if you were, this looked great, then we would try to figure out how to incorporate that project into our specific plan. There would be heights for the 55-foot residential. We'd try to connect that open space. We'd try to connect that all so that project would fit within the specific plan. Sort of what we already knew when we started this process. We knew what phase one was going to be well before the specific plan was done, and so we tailored so that the specific plan would fit for that development. And so that's what you would be looking at for staff to do, is to do that analysis of the project, and Joel can correct me if I'm wrong, and looking at where changes in the specific plan, and then we'd bring those back to you. Like I said, you can see the residential units have to be changed. The heights for those have to be changed. I don't know, they talked about 1,000 square feet and 1,500. We don't know. There's quite a few moving parts that we've never discussed before.
And I would just add on that we would essentially just bring back potential specific plan amendments to accomplish that and probably leave some flexibility for whether it's moving the open space or what that percentage is. And then you would consider it in a public hearing just like we have the last few times with the potential amendments.
But you could certainly, the height now is for residential is 35, and we heard 45, but for that extra 55, for that extra square footage is where we would need to know exactly how much park. You've heard an acre, but you've also heard that's not enough. There's nothing that says you can't say it has to be 2 acres.
Go ahead, Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to talk about process. I actually, maybe I was asleep at the wheel. I actually, up until last night, thought I was coming to a meeting tonight where there was not going to be public input on this agenda item. I thought that the public testimony had been closed. However, in speaking with Mr. Capobres, who sort of outlined the proposal that Mr. Buster put forward, I also learned that there was going to be public testimony, at least from that component. So starting out with process, I doubt if I'm the only person in Los Gatos who did not think there was going to be public testimony this evening. It may be that I know that there are a lot of folks who are discouraged with the council and the staff and who may never come to a meeting. And so I think it is important to give the public the opportunity to make it clear that they can come to a meeting and discuss the specific plan / new proposal. It could be that that proposal is consistent with the current specific plan. It could be that it isn't, and the specific plan needs amendments. But I believe that all of that needs to be daylighted, it needs to be publicized, and the public needs to have the opportunity to weigh in.
Is that a question or just a statement?
That was,
I thought it was a question for staff.
well, it is. It's, don't you agree with me, staff?
I mean, it is, and that's where I'll go back to it. The change from commercial and office to residential is quite a change. I mean, it's a change that I don't think I've heard. Maybe I've missed it, but I haven't heard. We've floated with ideas of hotels and heights and all sorts of stuff, but it is a tremendous change that I don't believe public has had the ability to understand. That might be on the table, but I could be wrong, and maybe that was brought up.
But in terms of,
as far as public comment, we've never closed it.
Yeah,
It's always been open. When it's listed as a public hearing. If it's closed, we put that in the title that public comment has been closed. So we put that in the title when it has been. So we've never closed it on this item, and it won't be closed after tonight.
okay. Let's start with Vice Mayor Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. So based on what Mr. Schultz just said, we have an open public hearing and that will continue. So if the council direction this evening were to say, let's continue this item, then the public would be able to weigh in on the residential versus the office that was originally proposed, the potential size of the sports field versus the height, et cetera, et cetera.
That's correct.
So it would have to be a continuance of this hearing.
It would be a continuance of this hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Jensen.
A couple questions. First one, like Councilwoman Spector, don't you agree with me, staff, that there's no application pending? So how is it that the council can consider where the park is? I'm going to use that as shorthand, given that there is no application pending tonight.
It's no difference than if any other member of the public wants to come forward with a rendering of what the next 20 acres could be, and you would take that into consideration. This is just, although they are the property owner, it's not an application, but it's no different than if someone else wanted to come in and put up power slides and say, I think the hotel should go here and it should be 75 feet and I can give you 4 more acres of public land, and this is the way it should look. It's just a rendering that's now been proposed, and you can provide no feedback and say, leave the plan as it is, and applications have to follow it, or you could like that application and want to get more, or that rendering and get more public appearance. But it's not an application.
Okay, as I may or may not, sorry. Given that answer and using as a hypothetical the last iteration that staff gave in response to, well, if the council actually wanted to consider this rendering, that the plan could then be amended to fit the rendering, and then you could have a discussion. If the council were to do that, what effect, if any, would that have on the basis for the moratorium in place to amend the specific plan?
Before we would allow for the application to be filed, we would terminate the moratorium that's currently under. But you can still, we're in the process of amending the specific plan, and that's completely allowed. But there are no applications that are being accepted right now, and before they will, we would terminate it.
Yes, but if we treat this basically as an application.
But we're not.
We wouldn't.
Well, some are. Because once we start discussing where the park is, we're acting like it's an application. So I get that we're not, but we are. So Ms. Pravetti, maybe you can answer my question.
Well, I think it's important to see the rendering not so much as a specific site plan, but to see it for its elements. 294 housing units, some amount of open space to trade off with increased height, maybe saving the barn, doing a little town plaza and however much hotel. So I think it's important to understand that we would just take the parameters of what that rendering would say, and we would translate that into specific plan policy. It's not to say that somebody else or even this particular entity couldn't come back and say, okay, I'm using all those same parameters, but voila, here's a new site plan. So I think we would want to be very clear that this is not an application, that it's really informing potential policy language, and that the public would certainly still have all the opportunity through the regular application process to then tell us where should the park be. Because, to put that level of detail in a specific plan would be challenging, even at this level. And then secondly, if I could just request that, since we're all just seeing PowerPoint slides on a video, basically for those watching at home, that if really the council wants us to consider this, that we receive a request from the council asking Grosvenor to provide us with those slides, or at least with the renderings with some data associated, so that way we can at least do some amount of staff analysis, because our ability to just pull it off of the slide, like some of our friends probably at home are trying to do, would be very challenging. And that would help with disclosure for the process. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. So, being that I heard Mr. Paulson say and Ms. Pravetti say this is the first they've heard of or seen these slides this evening, and there is more analysis required, I think it would be prudent to continue this hearing, and perhaps the public can weigh in at the next hearing. I think, we could look at the audience this evening and determine a couple things. One is nobody's here because they didn't hear about it, or nobody's here because everyone's happy as this project's moving forward. It's moving in the right direction. But I can't speculate to guess that that's the case. But it sounds like there's more time needed for analysis. So I go ahead and make a motion that we continue this to a date certain and have let the public weigh in and let staff do their analysis.
Councilmember Spector.
I'm going to second with questions of staff as to whether what we should include in this continued time. I think we should make it really clear to the public that this is a public hearing. I think this is what Ms. Pravetti was saying. We could take the components of this proposal, this in quotes, proposal, and see if the components are consistent with the current specific plan or if there needs to be amendments to the specific plan. So if this motion passes to continue this specific plan amendment, then I would ask that those parameters be included in the continued hearing, if that's okay with the maker of the motion.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and I'm going to go ahead and make comments. I'm not particularly interested, well, I'm not as happy just continuing this because I feel like we're just spinning in place. And what I heard was, let's go analyze this application, which we just decided wasn't an application. That's what I'm hearing. I'm more interested in trying to get to the pieces of it. So I'll go ahead and say what I was thinking. The question really has been all along, and I don't think it's new. We said it's new. We're hearing about housing. I've been talking about adding housing instead of the commercial for quite a while, and I know I've had one other council member interested and another one maybe getting interested. That's also what I've been hearing from people that have spoken. There's less tonight, but certainly in the past, that something that's less traffic intensive is what they're interested in, and we know housing is less traffic intensive. I have, from the time we killed it in the first specific plan we finalized, still liked the idea of trying to get millennial units or move down units. I would have preferred to see us try to make motions that staff could come back and bring language related to, let's decide whether we want to try to get millennial units or not, and it really has to do with creating what we kind of come to know as these podium-style units. So there, first of all, we know our current specific plan only allows 33 more units, so I don't know why we're questioning whether this is possible with the current specific plan, because we'd have to amend it to allow more units if we wanted to do something like that. Our current specific plan doesn't allow the height bonus. We have a red line version that started talking about adding the height bonus in order to get, you get a benefit, either open space or some other particular community benefit. So we kind of need to, I guess we're already saying that, but getting back to it, what I'm really saying is I think it's a better solution to have millennial and move down type of unit housing instead of a lot more commercial. As Ms. Cantana told us last night, it's not as much about the density but the intensity of it. So I would want to start attacking things like, okay, 250 may sound like a big number, but if you limit the size, either the max size or you limit the average size, then you get much less intensity. That's kind of volumes of the building. I know large numbers sound scary, but if you limit the size, it also limits the number of people that can live there. It limits the kids if you're worried about that because you can't cram as many in. It limits the number of cars because there's less people living there. So 250 3 and 4 bedroom houses is a lot more cars than 250 single bedroom, or some single, some 2 bedroom, or maybe just studio type places. So I thought we should be thinking, again, I'm of the mind that residential is better than filling this with commercial that competes with our downtown, or we're hearing even office doesn't work. We would need more office to make it work. And we are interested in the hotel. So to support the hotel, my choice again would be some kind of residential. And like I said, trying to limit it, I guess the other point I was going to make, we approved 325 units on the first part, which again sounds like a big number, but we also had a max size of just under 2,000 square feet. So I don't know what the average was, but it was probably 1,500, 1,400. So that's pretty intense. If we allow another 250, 294, whatever number you want to choose units, but you now get the average down to, let's say, what I heard from them is they wanted a little more for move down. I guess that's seniors wanting more. Millennials could be smaller, but if you could get the average down to 1,000, and maybe we set an average of, we say, okay, if you could have two buildings, one, it's maybe getting too detailed, but you could have two buildings, one that was millennial targeted, one that was more move down target, and we set average max average sizes for that. For example, you might say a millennial has a max average of 850 units. So they could build some larger, they could build some smaller, but that number, again, what's the number? 100 units for millennials at 800 square feet is a lot less intense than what was approved before. So I realize people are going to be scared of big numbers, but the reality is if you get the intensity down, you get what we're looking for, and I've heard this also from many of the people that were against the first phase was, we want affordable housing, we need smaller units. So that's the direction I would like us to be talking tonight. I would do, other things like say, if you're going to have a 55-foot high building, that means podium in my mind, you must put the parking underneath. So you're not taking up open space. An acre does sound small, so maybe we say you got to have 2 or 3 acre park to go with this. Again, I'm not sure if I want it or not, but consider the development agreement to try to keep things more what we want versus just, the process now is we set up a plan and the developer brings forward their application and we go, well, no, we don't like that. Bring another one. Until we can't just keep asking them to bring applications until we get one we like. So there's some benefit to a development agreement where we can ask to have the park moved easily and things like that. And let me see if I think that was all my thoughts. So I know we have a motion, and I'm kind of talking somewhere else, but I didn't get a chance to. So go ahead.
And I want to go back to the process question more about the resolution too. Is yes, there is talk about more residential units. I'm sorry if I came across there's been no talk about that, but there hadn't been any consensus. And if you look at the resolution, there's no changes. The red line has no changes to the residential, and that's what I meant. Is it's quite a leap to go from where the public knows right now if they look at the red line to making that change. And although you've talked about it, there's been no consensus from council to direct staff to make that change.
And that's why I'm saying I don't want to just continue it. I'd like us to make a decision. Do we want to try to go this way? The motion is to send this off for staff to do, I'm not sure what. Maybe take some of the ideas I just had and bring something back, but they don't even know if we've got 3 votes up here to add more housing, so it would kind of be a waste. And that's why I'm not really in favor of just continuing it without narrowing down our decisions. Could we at least vote to say yes, more housing, or no on more housing, so we can narrow it down? So I'll stop talking at this point. Mayor's supposed to talk last and least. There was not least in there, was there? Councilmember Jensen.
Addressing the motion that's on the table, and I don't know if I would need to ask the maker of the motion regarding my comments. I'm going to support the motion just because I think that the council, the public, the audience, whoever it might be, the staff at this point, is confused about what we're doing. And we need to be on the same page about what we're doing. So to my mind, the notion that we're going to analyze things based on a rendering is not deciding whether to amend the specific plan or not. So what we had were some proposals, some of which I agreed with, some of which I didn't agree with, which we got in the red line tonight, that I don't think we're ready to discuss given that we had the rendering and given the discussion that we've had. So in voting for a continuance, what I would hope would come back, and Mr. Schultz, you can tell me whether this needs to be accepted by the makers of the motion, but we would need to discuss number of residential units and have that be in whatever comes back to us. and goes out to the public. Height of residential units and commercial to include a hotel. Any potential trade-off for height, i.e. open space. There were suggestions in the red line today, most of which I don't agree with. So I would want to have a discussion about what are the trade-offs. I don't recall the community benefit, but that, to me, that's something that would have to go in a development agreement. But that's sort of my other question for confusion is, if we get this back and we continue it, can the council please have education about how a development agreement would work? What would be the process for that? What would be the starting point? How would we get there, since we haven't done that before, except an aborted try with Netflix and Albright? A discussion of what we've heard tonight. If we want to make a trade for a park, how big would it have to be? What are our limitations for open space we can require, given the state law, which I now forget the name of, and our general plan that said you have enough open space? A discussion of, does it make sense to change the parking ratios, particularly in light of the state's move to change parking ratios we heard earlier tonight in the context of accessory dwelling units. They're also moving that toward that for other housing laws. Do we want to discuss that? So what I'm going for are specific amendments to the plan. And how do we go about that? And to the extent that some people are more comfortable having a rendering, how does that fit in with the discussion of amendments, or how would it fit in with a development agreement or a planning process that the council and people of the town are more familiar with, such as a plan development? Those are the things I'd be looking for in the continuance. I agree with the mayor that'd be nice to get these things done, but I don't think that we're even all on the same page about where we are or what we're discussing, and that's why I would vote for a continuance.
There was sort of a question there in the beginning. I'm not sure if she really wanted to.
Did any of that need to be agreed to by the maker and seconder of the motion?
And again, my comment was, I agree, yes, we want to look at all those things, but I'm not sure all the council members are even interested in it, and we just gave staff a huge load of work all of a sudden to go analyze all those things. I'd love to see them analyzed, but again, if 4 people don't want half of them.
Well, I think that all I was asking for was, all I was trying to do was outline, I think, what we've already talked about. Number of units, height versus height, an increase in height versus something we're going to get for it. The only thing new is parking ratios that we haven't discussed. And those are the only things that are new and different. And really what I'm not asking for, quote, analysis so much, as I'm asking for just a process outline so that we can all be on the same page before we start saying yes or no to those things, understanding what the ramifications might be. And since some of us are more interested in a rendering, that makes those questions more concrete for those of us that want to have a rendering. That's all. I'm not asking them to go reinvent the wheel. I'm just saying, here's the questions that I think people are confused on.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. So I was encouraged coming in here this evening, partially because of the discussion we had last night about housing. I did meet with Mr. Capobres earlier today, and we had a discussion about trade-offs. And looking at the rendering, it's very helpful. It would have been nice to have that rendering at the last hearing we had on this. And I think one of the suggestions was bring us back a couple of renderings, which is what had occurred this evening, which was very good. I think the council, as well as the public's view of this project, has evolved over time. I know mine has considerably, and I'm actually encouraged. I was actually encouraged by the elevations of the Palo Alto drawing. I thought that could be an adequate trade-off for height. I'm not so into the QB look, but anyway, what I'm getting at here is, I don't think it's going to hurt anybody, and it's going to help us a whole lot to continue this hearing. I agree with what Councilmember Spector said, And I think all that information will be helpful, not only for us as council members to get on the same page, but the whole community and staff. I mean, this is a big project, and I think it's moving in a good direction, and I think it will ultimately we'll get through it. And I mean, we could put a date certain on it. It's not going to be a big deal to see it in another month or whatever we need time-wise from staff to have another look at this. So that's why I made the motion.
Councilmember Spector.
Thank you. Mr. Leonardis makes a good point. Do we have a date?
Yes. Staff at this point would suggest August 7th, given the council's hiatus in July. And then the other option would be if there's still additional time needed after August 7th, we would probably need to schedule a special meeting prior to the moratorium expiring.
And that was my next question. The moratorium expires?
August 15th.
All right, okay, so we're continuing this if August 7th?
Correct.
If the maker.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, and I am too.
So I'll just make a short final comment, I think, before we call a question. I wasn't really against continuing. In fact, continuing's fine. I was just trying to continue with some narrowing it down. In fact, it seems like we widened it back up, but maybe what we're saying is we want to seriously consider the drawings that we saw, so maybe that is more specific. So with that, I guess I will support the motion. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Hearing none, passes unanimously. We are on to item number 17, I believe.
Is that mine?
Axis.
I'll try to be brief. You've seen this item quite a few times in the past year, and so has the Finance Committee. The Finance Committee reviewed it and discussed placing a ballot measure of a 1/8 cent tax, general sales tax, on the November 18th ballot and made a recommendation to do so. Then you, on March 6th, directed staff to move forward with a general tax and return to council with ballot language, ordinance, and resolution. Staff has prepared that ballot language based upon council's direction and is included in the resolution. There is one minor addition that I've made to the ballot language that is included in your desk item. I consulted with what I consider the premier expert in California, Michael Colantuno, who deals with taxes and fees throughout the state and is well versed with what's happening at the state level. And he proposed that we put that language in there, the unrestricted general revenue purposes, because it's actually used in the Tax Fairness and Transparency and Accountability Act of 2018 that potentially could be on the ballot. It's not 100% guaranteed that it would overcome that initiative, but at least with that language and the use of that language within that ballot measure being proposed, it could help us if in fact it does pass. So you need to adopt the resolution, and then it would be submitted to the voters in November. It requires 2/3 vote for the city council to require the adoption of the resolution. State law also requires you to pass an ordinance to place the measure on the ballot, and that's also included in your package. The proposed ordinance provides safeguards for the use of public funds and ensures transparency and accountability. All that language has been included within the ordinance. The ordinance is then sent to the State Board of Equalization before it's even being put on the ballot for their approval also, so that's why it has to be done beforehand. Staff recommends that you move forward with the adoption of the resolution with the language unrestricted general revenue purposes added to the ballot question and move for introduction and first reading of the ordinance by title only, imposing a general transaction and use tax for a period of 20 years.
Questions of staff? Councilmember Jensen.
Thank you for the amendment for the language. Sorry to be picky, but the language that we have now has a double shall. It starts out with shall the measure to fund yada yada yada, and then it's comma comma, shall a 1/8 sales tax. And so to me, grammatically, it doesn't make any sense. So shouldn't it be something like, in order to fund essential town services, shall a measure be blah blah?
So the law right now in the Board of equalization requires, and that's the way the first one was, so maybe we need to do the second one. The measure must start out with shall the measure. They require that language to start, and that was one small change that came back from talking previously and looking at the language. So all measures have to start with that shall the measure.
That's unfortunate.
Councilmember Spector.
Thank you. Oh,
Now, we could take, let me look at it.
Out the
It does
second
look-
shall.
I was going to say, I'm not going to support this, but having said that, I thought that the two shells and the language was challenged and needed to be revised. So are you working on that now? Okay. I had a question of staff. I was looking at the wording, and so there's going to be an oversight committee. Since this is a general tax, what will the oversight committee be overseeing?
The use of the funds based on the language in here.
Okay, thank you for saying that, because the resolution talks about police, traffic, potholes, but this is a general tax. It will go into our operating budget. How can you segregate it for potholes, traffic, police if it's a general tax?
So you would be able to subtract out 1/8 and know exactly what that dollar amount would be, and the budget would have to show exactly what those funds were used for.
So that the monies would come in, and then the town would decide what do those $800,000 go for.
Correct.
And it could be for potholes, traffic, police, or air conditioning.
I don't see air conditioning on that list.
Okay, so let's go back to that.
No,
Is
and-
that list, under a general tax measure, totally inclusive of the only expenditures that can be made with those funds?
No, you can certainly override that, but you'll have a committee that will oversee it to see that at least the purpose of the amounts were used for that. The 800,000 was, and I think I've used the example is in another town and city, they used it for office equipment. They believed even, because it said for water-related purposes, for water, and they used it for some office equipment. And the committee said that's not a proper purpose, and the town council said it wasn't, and made the budget change there. So it's really just an oversight to see where this is. But council could have said it's a general purpose and we can use it for whatever we want. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Sack.
So I just want to follow up on that. With the red line, we have now unrestricted general revenue purposes. So again, following that, so with a citizen's oversight, you're not just looking at potholes and neighborhood streets, because unrestricted general revenue purposes could be for
So that's being
air
required,
conditioning.
that's being required because of the 218 measure that's out there. But if you look at the resolution and the whereases, that would be where you would follow up. And if this passes, you could even say exactly in your policy documents exactly what they're going to be looking at, which would be the resolution whereases.
Councilmember Jensen.
Okay. Could you say, shall a measure adding a 1/8 cent sales tax, blah, de blah, de blah, to fund essential town services and requiring independent citizens oversight, blah, de blah, be adopted? So that you get rid of the two shalls. I'm sorry, then I'll just give up.
I would just
and
change
let people.
I would just change the second shall to an adopt, because that's what you're doing. Adopt a 1/8 cent tax.
Okay, just so there's not two shalls in it.
I was trying to think of another words besides adopt, approve.
As long as there's not two shalls, I'm okay.
Okay, let me open the public testimony while we're thinking about this. Would anybody in the audience wish to speak to us on this item? Seeing nobody coming forward, I'll close the public testimony, come back to council. More questions or motion? Comments? Vice Mayor Leonardis?
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. And first of all, we ourselves are not voting for an 8th cent sales tax this evening. We're just allowing the opportunity for the voters to decide. We're just putting it out there and presenting it to them if this is a good idea or not. So I just want to make that clear. So I remove all bias about how much I hate paying taxes by saying that. And I was going to move forward with the staff recommendation, items 1 and 2, for the adoption of the resolution to submit this local revenue generating measure to the voters Tuesday, November 6th, and for the introduction and the reading of the ordinance with removing that second shall. And we discussed a word which was
Unrestricted general fund purposes.
adopt.
And adding the language unrestricted general revenue purposes.
So there's an addendum. He's asking, do you want the addendum version or the original version?
I want the addendum version.
With the second shall removed. So we have a motion.
And then the ordinance be read by title only by the clerk.
That is correct.
Okay. Would anybody like to second this motion?
I'll second it.
Okay. Would anybody like to say any more? Councilmember Spector's going to tell us.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I should have, this speech, taped so I could just play it over and over again. By increasing the tax, people who come and shop in Los Gatos, they're going to pay more. And that could be a detriment to our merchants. But having said that, that would be acceptable to me if we knew what this money was being used for. And I think the priority in our town, with some $70,000 worth, or 70,000, I can't even remember. 70 million? Of 70 million of unfunded liabilities, that's where the money should go. And we should have a specific tax, special tax, and it should say where the monies are going to go. And yes, you need a 2/3 vote, but at least the people would know what they were voting for and where the money was going. I can appreciate why we have an item on our, that it's being voted for that requires unrestricted general revenue purposes in the ballot measure, because what ballots try and do is they try and put the really, the wording at the beginning, like police and streets and potholes, that's very attractive and allow people to think that's what all the money is going to be used for. So since that is not necessarily what all the money will be used for, since I think our unfunded liabilities are a huge priority, since the increased sales tax could hurt our merchants and will cost more money to the people who shop here, I am not going to be supporting this motion.
Okay. Any further comments? Vice Mayor again?
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. Well, the way that the voters could view it is that if there is an additional $800,000 coming to the town, that there are 5 members of council who are elected by the voters to help guide how this money will be spent wisely, to give them more return on their quality of life. And that's how I see this, as an opportunity for them to weigh in on that subject. The money could be used for streets, it could be used for police officers, it could be used for the library, it could be used for unfunded pension liabilities. But it's $800,000 more dollars projected coming to the town of Los Gatos. And we are seeing potential, if there's a recession, of budget shortfalls in the future. So with that said, regardless of what the nomenclature is to, the general purpose of the money, it would be the equivalent of taking $1 out of one pocket and putting it in the other pocket. In other words, if unfunded pension liabilities is in this pocket and you want to move that dollar into that pocket, you know, the council would have the ability to do that. And that's what we're proposing to the voters. We're giving them the opportunity for them to put their trust in us to help make good decisions to maintain their quality of life in Los Gatos, be it unfunded pension liabilities, roads, or whatever.
Okay, further comments? Okay, Councilmember Sack.
So this is one subject that I go back and forth on and I waffle on, and so I've been listening to the conversations very intently. I understand the concern of Councilmember Spector, and I think, and while I agree with it, where I come down to, and where I'm swayed by our vice mayor, is the motion that we're making today is not to increase our sales tax. The motion we're making today is to allow our residents to decide whether or not this is something they'd like to move forward with. That sways me in that argument. I am concerned, though, that whether or not $800,000 will hurt our sales tax, whether that $800,000 is a benefit that's enough to increase the sales tax. And there's just so many parts to this that just is so complex. And frankly, I still waffle back and forth. And so I'd love to hear more feedback from my council members. So.
Okay, I think Vice Mayor, you had your hand up first.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. So I have to confess, I've dropped out of trigonometry when I was a junior, but there's a mathematical calculation for every $100. What is this, like 12 cents or something like that? 12 and a half cents for every $100, is that correct? Which was presented at one of our earlier meetings.
$1.25 for every 1,000.
Is that the same as 12 and a half cents for every $100?
Yes.
That's what I thought. Okay, so I should have stayed in trig. But I guess where I'm coming from is, you know, let's let the people weigh in on this. I think I agree with the comments made, but I don't think it's a significant amount of money in that respect. It's kind of sharing the wealth or the pain, or however you want to describe it, with everybody who comes and shops. And our surrounding jurisdictions are already higher than us. Campbell comes to mind. I think San Jose is higher. And I just think that this idea is an idea that could come before the voters for them to decide. And I think it's kind of insignificant. The impact will be insignificant to the shoppers as well as the merchants.
I guess I'll make some comments then. We've kind of discussed this quite a bit before in Finance Committee. We've discussed it before here at Council. I'm trying to remember all the things we've said before. But I think one of the important points we forgot to mention tonight is there's only an 8 cents left in the California cap of what we can put in. And what we've seen lately is, you know, more revenue needed by the county or, you know, other jurisdictions, and there's serious chance that if we don't do it now, at some point in the future, this 8 cents is going to appear anyway, and instead of it staying in Los Gatos, it'll go somewhere else. Probably be useful wherever it goes. But the question is, do we want to make sure this stays in Los Gatos? I agree with Steve, the Vice Mayor's analogy of, you know, you've got two funds, one for trying to pay down your pension liabilities or one for paying the police or fixing the potholes. Because the pension liabilities are so large, if we don't have additional revenue, we're going to be sucking money out of the police and the potholes in the streets to take care of our unfunded liabilities. So it's really all coming out of the same place. If we have $800,000 more that are for paying the police, that means we're not, that at least can backfill what would have to go to the rising unfunded liabilities. If you recall, as CalPERS steps down the unfunded, getting late at night, as CalPERS steps down their assumed rate of return, our unfunded liability, which means the amount we have to pay each year, goes up, and we're going to have to get that from somewhere, and that's going to have to come from town services. Unless we have additional funds to backfill that, we'll have to start cutting back on town services. We'll have to start cutting back on road repairs, and we'll start getting behind. So,
if I
Vice
might,
Mayor, yes, go ahead.
Sorry, if I might just give one point of clarification. There's currently a quarter left in remaining capacity. However, today at the County Board of Supervisors heard a staff proposal for both an eighth, which would be renewing their general tax that's supposed to sunset. In addition, they wanted to hear about a 5/8 because the county has already gone and gotten an exemption on the cap. And so that is going to be coming back to the Board of Supervisors on June 19th. Consideration of not just the eighth that'll be expiring, but also consideration of potentially a 5/8 increase.
Okay, Vice Mayor again, I think I saw first.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. One other thing I want to mention, obviously unfunded pension liabilities is weighing on every elected's mind these days. Somehow or another, we may be lucky down the line where that problem could be solved another way at the state level, which is where it should be addressed. It could be resolved with better returns or better actuarial readjustments or something. There's a lot of complexities there. I'm not anticipating that happening anytime soon, but if we were to pass this as a specific tax specifically for just unfunded pension liabilities, and down the road we didn't need it for that anymore, then I don't know what the ramifications would be of collecting it for that and what we would do with those funds. We would still be receiving it, but then I guess we'd have to bank it. So there is advantages to making this a general tax for that reason, and hopefully they will help us resolve at the state level unfunded pension liabilities. But this doesn't preclude us from using it for unfunded pension liabilities as the mayor suggested.
Councilmember Sayak, you wanted to make more comments?
Actually, if I could ask our assistant town manager to say that again. So right now we have a quarter left.
Correct. So currently between what you're allowed to do at the local jurisdictional level and then what the state does, the combined of those two is at 9%. The legal threshold is currently 9.25% because local jurisdictions are allowed to tax 2%, and there's already 1 3/4 that is currently on our rolls. And so there's truly just a quarter remaining in capacity. And if I might add, while $800,000 may not seem like a lot, you might recall that we had a fairly extensive discussion about having a delta of about $700,000 per year to try and get our PCI back up to 70. And so while the language for purposes of the law needs to state unrestricted purposes, one of the reasons the town attorney has put the language together the way he has, identifying whether it's public safety, whether it's roads, is because all of those elements have been identified as priorities in previous sessions, where the council has either debated your strategic priorities or debated, your budget.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second, and it looks like we're out of questions and comments, so I'll go ahead and call the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? So it sounds like it passes 4-1 with Councilmember Spector opposed. And do we need to read a title on this one? Yes, okay, so please read a title.
An ordinance of the people of the town of Los Gatos, California, imposing a general transactions and use tax for a period of 20 years.
Okay, so we are up to item number 18.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Monica Wren, Economic Vitality Manager. In the interest of the late hour, I'll keep my comments short, but please do feel free to ask me or the Policy Committee any questions that you may have tonight. Before you is a recommendation from the Policy Committee to adopt a resolution as Attachment 1 in your packet that suspends the formula retail regulations for a period of 18 months in the downtown or the C2 zone. The Policy Committee has been working pretty hard to look at a bunch of the provisions that apply to our businesses and seeing how we can streamline those provisions and make doing business in Los Gatos a little bit easier. In addition, we talked a little bit tonight about adding some retail into our town, into the inventory, so we're looking at how we can provide opportunities for downtown to become more innovative, to become more up to date as new inventory comes online for commercial spaces. The resolution does provide some thresholds for you to consider tonight. The first being that it's an 18-month trial period, so no matter what, it would come back to the council in 18 months. Should we realize 5 new formula retails before that time, we would also bring the report back to the council for you to evaluate the progress and the mix of the downtown, and you could decide at that point whether you wanted to carry on with the resolution suspension or discontinue it at that time. In addition, there's some other options in your staff report if you wanted to look at the resolution and maybe make some changes. So those are on the final page. Again, staff's here for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, any council member, Vice Mayor Leonardis?
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. So one question that came to mind is that if you have just a regular, I guess, mom and pop retailer and a formula wants to come in and replace that mom and pop retailer, does that become permanent? Or if that formula retailer decides to move on from that location, does it revert back to the original mom and pop retail?
That's a great question. Thank you. So what we would have in place would be a legal non-conforming use. Several of the formula retailers that we have downtown are actually in the same category. So they were in place prior to our formula retail regulations. In that case, a legal non-conforming can be replaced with a like use within 6 months of closing, whereas a conditional use permit has a full year before it expires.
Okay, so let me open the public testimony. Would any member of the public wish to address us on this item? You're sure? Nobody wants to come forward? Okay, I'll close the public testimony. Come back to the council for motions and questions. Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, since the CUPs have always been important to me downtown, and the ones with regard to formula retail, especially so, I first want to say when I saw what the agenda item was, I go, oh no, not again. But then when I read the staff report and I saw the parameters that the staff and the policy committee put on their recommendation, I want to say that I appreciate it and I thought it was well done. The question I had is in staff's mention that there are some things at the end of the report that could be considered. And I was curious from staff and from the policy committee, one of the considerations was why don't we use Main Street and the north part of Santa Cruz Avenue because those are the most challenged. And I was curious as to why the policy committee / staff did not make that recommendation. Not that I would agree with it necessarily, but what was the reasoning?
The reasoning behind that, first and foremost, was just the customer service and the ease of understanding the rules. So as it is, we have a business come in and we kind of have to weed through exactly what they want to do and exactly where they want to go. And a lot of times they're looking at maybe 2 or 3 spaces. So it becomes very convoluted and very difficult for them to understand if you're saying, okay, well, 2 doors down, you have to go spend $8,000. And here it's, you have 18 months to do it over the counter. We thought just for the ease and the level playing field that it made sense to apply it universally.
Thank you.
I guess I can add to that a little bit. My thought on the policy committee was, I know we've talked about this lots of times, and I think we were actually thinking about Councilmember Spector when we tried to put items in that, really the purpose of this is to protect mom and pop retailers, and the place that that we really, I guess they're more prevalent or they're more dangerous of losing them is on Santa Cruz Avenue. So that's why we thought, well, if you can't really stomach the whole idea, that would give you, an option that we can try out that's maybe not as risky. Although we also set up the pilot idea so that if it feels like it's getting out of control, we can, staff will be monitoring it and we can dial it back. Really the idea here is to try to reduce the cost, simplify so that it's easier for businesses to come into Los Gatos. We still want to protect our mom and pops. So that's a lot of what the way we set it up, and then the options. If you're still not feeling completely comfortable, we gave you some of those other options. But what the suggestion by staff was kind of, okay, here's the best we think. Did you have your hand up, Councilmember Jensen? Go ahead.
I actually want to make a motion, if that was okay.
Okay, go ahead.
My motion would be to adopt the resolution in attachment 1, suspending the Town Code Section 2920185 for a period of 18 months with the various items that are included in the resolution. And just as a comment, a couple things. Mayor Rennie is correct. We were looking toward one of our priorities was streamlining. And we've gone through some things to streamline our processes, and we were trying to accomplish that in different ways with businesses, and this was one way to do that. And given the discomfort that the council had had before when we thought about throwing out the formula retail altogether, we wanted to try a pilot program where we suspended it for a period where we knew, based upon what we heard from Ms. Wren and staff, the leasing periods for downtown were not going to create some cataclysmic change given how long people have their leases in place, the various things that need to happen before there's a change. But this was an opportunity for us to really try something new with our downtown and provide opportunity and innovation. And particularly in light of the discussion we had on the last item, this is an opportunity for the council to support those businesses downtown and to make sure that our retail and commercial center downtown and throughout Los Gatos is attractive and viable, such that if residents decide to vote for an increase in sales tax, we actually have something for them to come buy. And so this is an opportunity for us to try that and for us to put this in place. And we still have CUP requirements for many businesses. And keep in mind that the formula retail is only a condition of a conditional use permit. It's a finding. It's not a ban. It's not anything else. So what we were trying to do is suspend that and see how it works. So my motion is for us to adopt that for the reasons stated.
Okay, would anybody like to second? Vice Mayor.
I will second the motion, and I just have one more question for staff. When does this take place? Is this immediate?
Yes, this would be immediate.
Thank you.
Okay, further comments? Seeing none, I will call a question. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? It looks like it passes unanimously. Do we need any readings on this one? No, all right. So I think that's our last agenda item. Does anybody have anything else they want to say? Seeing none, I will adjourn the meeting.